Have you ever wondered what it would be like if one human being possessed the greatest kingdom the ancient world had ever seen, commanded armies beyond imagination, spoke with birds, understood the language of ants, controlled powerful jinn, and ruled over both mankind and creatures hidden from ordinary sight? What if all of these unimaginable gifts were granted not to a tyrant seeking glory, but to a prophet whose greatest desire was to worship the one true God? Across the pages of history, few names have inspired as much fascination as Prophet Sulaiman, known in English as Solomon. Kings admired his wealth. Historians debated his empire. Jewish traditions celebrated his wisdom. Christian writings honored his reign. Islamic revelation elevated him even further, revealing him as one of Allah's greatest prophets, a servant whose extraordinary miracles were signs of divine power rather than personal magic. His story is one of breathtaking victories, heartbreaking tests, impossible miracles, justice beyond comparison, and lessons that continue to inspire billions of people. But behind the legendary king remembered throughout history lies an even greater story, one that begins generations before his birth, in a family chosen by Allah to guide humanity. Long before Sulaiman was born, the children of Israel had already experienced centuries of miracles, hardships, victories, and failures. They were the descendants of Prophet Yaqub, also known as Jacob, whose 12 sons became the founders of the 12 tribes of Israel. Allah had repeatedly blessed them with prophets, guidance, and signs, yet many generations alternated between faithfulness and disobedience. Their history included the mission of Prophet Musa, the crossing of the sea, the revelation of the Torah, years of wandering in the wilderness, and eventually their settlement in the blessed land promised to them. Even after receiving countless favors from Allah, their society frequently struggled with injustice, corruption, and internal division. Powerful enemies surrounded them, and periods of strength were often followed by times of weakness. Their story demonstrated one of history's greatest patterns: nations rise when they obey their Creator and decline when they abandon righteousness. Generations later, during a difficult era for the children of Israel, Allah appointed Prophet Samuel, known in Islamic tradition as Shamuel by many scholars, to guide them. The people begged for a king who could unite them against powerful enemies. By Allah's command, Talit, known in the Bible as Saul, was chosen despite not belonging to the wealthiest or most influential family. Many objected to his selection, believing leadership should belong to someone of noble lineage or immense riches. Allah answered their objections by declaring that true leadership comes through knowledge, character, and divine choice rather than wealth or social status. Talit's reign became one of courage and perseverance, eventually leading to one of history's most famous battles. Among Talit's soldiers stood a young man named Dawood, known in English as David. He was not yet the mighty king history would remember. He was a humble believer whose trust in Allah exceeded his physical strength. When the giant warrior Jalut, known as Goliath, challenged the Israelites, seasoned soldiers trembled in fear. Yet Dawood stepped forward with unwavering faith. Armed with little more than a sling and complete reliance upon Allah, he defeated the seemingly invincible giant. The victory shocked everyone. It proved once again that success belongs not to superior numbers or greater weapons but to those whom Allah grants victory. The Quran briefly recounts this monumental event, emphasizing that Dawood killed Jalut by Allah's permission before later receiving kingship, wisdom, and prophethood. After Talit's era came the reign of Prophet Dawood. Unlike many rulers of the ancient world, Dawood combined political leadership with prophetic guidance. Allah granted him extraordinary gifts that no ordinary king possessed. Mountains and birds joined him in glorifying Allah whenever he recited praises. Iron softened in his hands like clay, allowing him to shape protective armor without the need for furnaces or hammers as ordinary craftsmen required. He ruled with justice, sincerity, and humility, becoming one of the greatest leaders ever mentioned in divine revelation. The Quran repeatedly praises Dawood for turning constantly toward Allah, seeking forgiveness whenever he made mistakes, and judging people with fairness. It was during this blessed reign that a child would be born whose name would echo across civilizations for thousands of years. This child was Sulaiman. His birth represented more than the arrival of a prince. He was born into a household where revelation descended from heaven, where worship filled every day, and where justice formed the foundation of government. His father was not merely a king but one of Allah's greatest prophets. Every lesson Sulaiman learned from childhood centered upon recognizing Allah's greatness, protecting the weak, establishing justice, and ruling without arrogance. Unlike many royal children throughout history, his education focused first on faith before power, wisdom before authority, and obedience before leadership. Islamic sources provide relatively few details about Sulaiman's childhood, yet the glimpses they offer paint the picture of a remarkably intelligent young man blessed by Allah from an early age. He observed his father's judgments, listened carefully to matters of law, and learned that every decision carried responsibility before Allah. The palace where he grew up was not simply a center of political authority but also a place where revelation guided governance. Prophets, scholars, judges, commanders, and worshippers all contributed to an environment unlike any royal court on earth. Rather than teaching Sulaiman to seek luxury or domination, his upbringing taught him accountability, mercy, patience, and absolute dependence upon Allah. One event during Sulaiman's youth would reveal that Allah had already granted him extraordinary understanding. The Quran tells of two men who brought a dispute before Prophet Dawood. A flock of sheep had wandered into another man's field during the night and destroyed his crops. Dawood issued a judgment according to his wisdom. Then the young Sulaiman offered another solution, one that compensated both parties while avoiding unnecessary hardship. Allah declares in the Quran that He granted Sulaiman a deeper understanding of that specific case while also affirming that both father and son were blessed with wisdom and knowledge. This remarkable incident demonstrated that age alone does not determine wisdom. Allah grants understanding to whom He wills, and genuine intelligence is measured by justice rather than cleverness. This early glimpse into Sulaiman's character foreshadowed a future unlike anything humanity had witnessed before. He would inherit not only his father's throne but also prophetic responsibility. His kingdom would stretch farther than any Israelite ruler before him. Winds would obey his commands. Birds would become his scouts. Animals would communicate with him. Jinn would construct magnificent buildings beneath his authority by Allah's permission. Foreign monarchs would travel across deserts seeking his wisdom. Yet despite possessing powers that countless emperors could only dream about, the greatest test of Sulaiman's life would never be wealth, military strength, or supernatural authority. His greatest challenge would be remaining grateful to Allah while holding more worldly power than almost any human being in history. That extraordinary journey was only beginning. As the years passed, Sulaiman matured into a man whose intelligence astonished everyone around him. Those who observed him noticed that he possessed a rare combination of qualities seldom found together. He was deeply thoughtful without becoming hesitant, confident without arrogance, compassionate without weakness, and decisive without injustice. These traits did not emerge by accident. They were cultivated under the guidance of Prophet Dawood, whose own life had become a living example of what righteous leadership should look like. Every judgment delivered in the royal court, every prayer offered in the quiet hours before dawn, and every reminder about accountability before Allah shaped Sulaiman's character long before he ever wore a crown. Unlike many royal heirs of the ancient Near East, whose childhoods revolved around warfare, conquest, and political intrigue, Sulaiman's education extended far beyond military strategy. He learned the sacred laws revealed by Allah, studied the history of earlier prophets, and observed how nations flourished through obedience to their Creator but collapsed through corruption and pride. His father constantly reminded him that no kingdom, no matter how powerful, could survive if its ruler forgot that true sovereignty belongs only to Allah. This principle became the foundation upon which Sulaiman's future reign would be built. The kingdom of Israel under Dawood was becoming one of the most respected powers in the region. Neighboring nations recognized its military strength, economic prosperity, and political stability. Merchants traveled safely across its territories. Judges were expected to decide cases fairly regardless of social status. Farmers cultivated fertile lands with confidence that their harvests would not be stolen by corrupt officials. Soldiers defended the nation without oppressing its own people. The prosperity experienced during this era was not merely the result of effective administration. According to the Quran, it was a blessing granted by Allah because of the righteousness of his prophet. Even so, Dawood never allowed worldly success to distract him from worship. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes his devotion, describing how he constantly glorified Allah. Mountains echoed his praises, and birds joined him in remembrance. These extraordinary miracles serve as visible reminders that the entire creation belongs to Allah. Human beings often imagine themselves to be the center of the universe, but the Quran presents a far greater reality. Every creature, whether seen or unseen, glorifies its creator in ways that people cannot fully comprehend. Growing up within this atmosphere of worship deeply influenced Sulaiman. He learned that leadership begins with servitude to Allah. A king who cannot humble himself before his creator cannot truly serve his people. This lesson would distinguish Sulaiman's reign from countless rulers remembered only for their ambition and conquest. As Sulaiman entered adulthood, signs of Allah's special favor became increasingly evident. The Quran describes him as inheriting Dawood, a statement understood by classical Islamic scholars to refer primarily to prophethood, wisdom, and leadership rather than material wealth alone. Prophets do not leave worldly inheritance in the ordinary sense. Instead, they leave knowledge, guidance, and righteousness. Sulaiman inherited these priceless treasures along with the immense responsibility of leading an entire nation. Then Allah granted Sulaiman one of the most astonishing miracles ever bestowed upon any prophet. He was taught the language of birds. To modern readers, this statement may sound symbolic or metaphorical, but the Quran presents it as a literal miracle. Sulaiman himself declared before his people, "O mankind, we have been taught the speech of birds, and we have been given from all things." Indeed, this is clear favor. These words reveal much about Sulaiman's character. Rather than boasting about his extraordinary gift, he immediately attributed it to Allah's generosity. He did not claim personal greatness or magical ability. Instead, he publicly acknowledged that every blessing came directly from his Lord. Throughout his life, this attitude of gratitude would remain one of his defining qualities. The miracle itself carried profound significance. Communication lies at the heart of understanding creation. Human beings have always studied the sounds of animals, attempting to interpret their calls and behaviors. Yet Sulaiman's gift surpassed observation. By Allah's permission, he genuinely understood what birds communicated. Their warnings, conversations, and messages became clear to him just as human speech is understood between people. Islamic scholars explain that this miracle extended beyond birds alone. Various narrations and Quranic passages indicate that Sulaiman understood the communication of many creatures. This extraordinary ability reflected Allah's absolute power over creation. The one who created every language could enable his prophet to understand them all. Around the same time, Allah granted Sulaiman another unprecedented blessing. Armies unlike anything previously assembled gathered under his command. The Quran describes these forces with remarkable precision. They consisted of human beings, jinn, and birds, all organized into disciplined ranks. This statement distinguishes Sulaiman's kingdom from every other civilization in recorded history. Human armies have always existed. Animals have occasionally served alongside soldiers. But an organized military force including jinn represented something entirely unique. According to Islamic belief, jinn are intelligent beings created by Allah from smokeless fire long before humanity. Like humans, they possess free will. Some believe in Allah, while others reject him. Some are righteous, while others are wicked. They live in a world normally hidden from human perception. Throughout history, many cultures developed myths surrounding invisible spirits, but the Quran provides the clearest and most balanced explanation of these mysterious beings. By Allah's command alone, certain jinn served under Sulaiman's authority. This did not occur because Sulaiman practiced magic or sorcery. On the contrary, the Quran explicitly rejects that accusation. Later generations falsely claimed that Sulaiman's extraordinary abilities came from occult knowledge, but Allah firmly declares that Sulaiman never disbelieved. Instead, it was devils who spread false teachings about magic after his death. This distinction is essential. Every miracle granted to Sulaiman came solely through Allah's permission and served as evidence of prophethood rather than supernatural manipulation. The birds within his army fulfilled purposes beyond symbolism. They acted as scouts, messengers, and observers capable of traveling vast distances far more quickly than ground forces. Their aerial perspective provided valuable information impossible for ordinary soldiers to obtain. Human commanders coordinated military operations. Faithful jinn performed tasks beyond normal human capability under Allah's command. Together, these three groups formed an organization unlike anything the ancient world had ever imagined. Despite possessing such overwhelming power, Sulaiman remained remarkably humble. He understood that miracles are not rewards for personal greatness but tests of gratitude. Every new blessing increased his responsibility before Allah. The larger his kingdom became, the more sincerely he prayed. The greater his authority expanded, the more carefully he judged between people. His life demonstrated that true greatness lies not in possessing extraordinary gifts but in using them with justice, mercy, and unwavering faith. Soon, one seemingly insignificant creature would remind the mighty king of this lesson in a way that would become one of the most beloved stories in the entire Quran. An ant, so small that most rulers would never notice it, was about to teach one of history's greatest kings a lesson in humility that millions of believers continue to remember more than 3,000 years later. One day, as the kingdom of Sulaiman reached the height of its strength, preparations began for one of the greatest royal processions the ancient world had ever witnessed. This was not merely an army marching toward battle, nor was it a parade designed to display wealth before foreign ambassadors. It was a carefully organized movement of a kingdom unlike any other, one that reflected order, discipline, and divine favor. Thousands upon thousands of soldiers advanced across the land in perfect formation. Human warriors marched confidently with polished weapons and shining armor. Birds filled the skies above them, flying in coordinated patterns as if they understood every command before it was spoken. Hidden among the ranks were faithful jinn carrying out responsibilities assigned to them by Allah's permission. The entire procession moved with astonishing precision, each group knowing its place, each creature fulfilling its role. The spectacle must have inspired awe in anyone fortunate enough to witness it. Ancient kings often sought to overwhelm observers through displays of military strength, hoping fear alone would secure loyalty. Sulaiman's procession certainly demonstrated immense power, but its purpose reached far beyond intimidation. It revealed the extraordinary order that Allah had granted his prophet. Every element of creation under Sulaiman's authority functioned harmoniously because it ultimately submitted to the command of the Creator. As this magnificent procession traveled through valleys and hills, they eventually approached a place that appeared ordinary to human eyes. The ground was covered with rocks, patches of grass, and scattered vegetation. Nothing about the landscape suggested that history was about to preserve one of the smallest yet most meaningful conversations ever recorded. Beneath the feet of giants marched an entire civilization almost invisible to the human eye. It was a colony of ants. Within that colony lived thousands upon thousands of tiny creatures, each performing specific duties. Some gathered food. Others cared for young larvae. Workers expanded tunnels beneath the earth while guards protected entrances from danger. Modern science has revealed the remarkable complexity of ant societies, discovering intricate systems of communication, cooperation, engineering, and organization. More than 14 centuries before these discoveries, the Quran directed humanity's attention toward these tiny creatures as examples of intelligence and purposeful design. As Sulaiman's army drew closer, one ant noticed the approaching danger. The Quran records her words with remarkable detail. She called out to the others, saying, "O ants, enter your homes lest Sulaiman and his armies crush you while they do not realize." These words reveal extraordinary insight. The ant did not accuse Sulaiman of cruelty. She did not claim that his army intended to destroy them. Instead, she understood that such destruction would happen unintentionally if the ants remained exposed. She warned her community while simultaneously recognizing the justice of Allah's Prophet. Her statement reflected caution without slander, wisdom without panic, and concern without false accusation. By Allah's miracle, Sulaiman understood every word she spoke. Imagine that moment. One of history's most powerful rulers stood surrounded by vast armies capable of conquering kingdoms, yet his attention was captured by the warning of a creature so small that countless others would have stepped over it without ever knowing it existed. Most kings intoxicated by power would never pause for something so insignificant. Sulaiman did. The Quran describes his immediate reaction. He smiled. Then he laughed gently because of what she had said. His laughter was not one of mockery or arrogance. He was not amused because an ant dared to speak. Rather, he smiled in appreciation of Allah's incredible creation and the wisdom displayed by such a tiny creature. Even in the smallest members of creation, Sulaiman witnessed signs pointing toward the greatness of their Creator. Instead of congratulating himself for possessing the miraculous ability to understand animals, Sulaiman immediately turned his heart toward Allah in gratitude. He made one of the most beautiful supplications preserved forever in the Quran. "My Lord, enable me to be grateful for your favor which you have bestowed upon me and upon my parents, and to do righteousness that pleases you. Admit me by your mercy among your righteous servants." This prayer reveals the true greatness of Sulaiman. Notice what he did not ask for. He did not ask Allah to increase his kingdom. He did not request greater military power. He did not seek longer life, greater wealth, or more miraculous abilities. Instead, he prayed for gratitude. He understood that blessings themselves are tests. Many people ask Allah for success, but far fewer ask him for the ability to remain thankful after success arrives. Sulaiman recognized that gratitude requires divine assistance just as much as victory does. His prayer also acknowledged the blessings granted to his parents. Rather than viewing himself as self-made, Sulaiman remembered the generations through whom Allah's mercy had reached him. His father Dawood had raised him upon faith and righteousness. Every blessing Sulaiman enjoyed had roots extending back through a family chosen by Allah for prophethood and guidance. Finally, he asked to be admitted among Allah's righteous servants. This request is astonishing. At that moment, Sulaiman already possessed unimaginable honor. He was a prophet. He ruled an unmatched kingdom. He commanded humans, birds, and jinn. Yet he still hoped to be counted among Allah's righteous servants. His greatest ambition was not worldly greatness. It was Allah's acceptance. This incident teaches one of the most profound lessons in the entire Quran. Power should increase humility, not pride. Knowledge should increase gratitude, not arrogance. Leadership should increase compassion, not oppression. The greatest rulers notice those whom everyone else ignores. Sulaiman stopped an entire royal procession because of a colony of ants. History remembers countless emperors whose names disappeared after their palaces crumbled into dust. Sulaiman's name, however, continues to be remembered because his greatness rested not merely upon power but upon mercy. The journey continued after the ants reached safety. Mountains echoed with the sounds of marching armies while birds circled overhead in disciplined formations. Every division reported its position. Every commander fulfilled his responsibility. Yet before long, Sulayman's attention would shift from the smallest creature in his kingdom to one of the most remarkable birds ever mentioned in sacred history. Among all the birds serving under his command, one particular bird suddenly became impossible to find. Its absence would trigger a chain of events leading to the conversion of an entire kingdom, the meeting between two of history's greatest rulers, and one of the most extraordinary stories ever revealed in the Quran. The organization of Sulayman's kingdom was so precise that even the absence of a single member of his vast forces did not escape his attention. Every commander was expected to fulfill his duty. Every soldier had a place. Every bird assigned to reconnaissance carried a specific responsibility. Nothing was left to chance, because Sulayman understood that discipline was essential for justice. A kingdom built upon carelessness would eventually collapse, no matter how powerful it appeared. As the army paused during its journey, Sulayman carefully inspected the ranks of birds flying above the procession. His eyes moved across the sky, recognizing familiar formations and the positions assigned to each species. Then he noticed something unusual. One bird was missing. It was the hoopoe, known in Arabic as the hudhud. To many people, the disappearance of a single bird from an enormous kingdom might seem insignificant. But Sulayman knew that every creature under his command had a purpose. Neglecting even the smallest responsibility could eventually lead to greater failures. Leadership demanded attentiveness not only to major affairs but also to seemingly minor details. The Quran records Sulayman's words with remarkable clarity. He said, "Why do I not see the hoopoe? Or is he among the absent? I will surely punish him severely or slaughter him unless he brings me a clear excuse." These words reveal several important aspects of Sulayman's leadership. First, he did not immediately assume guilt. Instead of declaring that the bird had abandoned its duty, he first questioned whether perhaps he simply had not seen it. This demonstrates fairness before judgment. Responsible leaders investigate facts before reaching conclusions. Second, Sulayman emphasized accountability. Positions of responsibility are trusts. Whether the responsibility belongs to a king, a soldier, a messenger, or even a bird miraculously serving a prophet, neglecting one's duty cannot simply be ignored. Third, he left room for explanation. The hoopoe would not be punished if it presented a valid reason. Justice requires hearing both sides before making a decision. This principle remains one of the foundations of fair judgment across civilizations. Only a short time later, before any punishment could be carried out, the missing bird returned. Its arrival would completely change the course of history. The hoopoe landed before Sulayman with information unlike anything anyone in the kingdom expected. It said, "In essence, I have learned something that you do not yet know. I have come to you from Sheba with certain news." Imagine the courage of that statement. A tiny bird stood before one of the greatest prophets who had been granted knowledge unmatched by ordinary human beings. Yet Allah had allowed this small creature to discover something unknown even to Sulayman. This was another lesson in humility. No matter how knowledgeable a person becomes, Allah can place unique knowledge in the possession of someone far less powerful. Knowledge itself is a gift distributed according to Allah's wisdom. The hoopoe continued its astonishing report. Far to the south lay a prosperous kingdom known as Sheba, called Saba in Arabic sources. Its people possessed great wealth. Their cities flourished. Trade routes connected them with distant civilizations. Their government was stable. Most surprising of all, their ruler was not a king but a queen. The Quran states that she had been given abundant resources and possessed a magnificent throne. For the ancient world, where kingdoms were overwhelmingly ruled by men, this detail immediately attracted attention. The bird then revealed the greatest problem facing that prosperous nation. Despite all their success, they did not worship Allah. Instead, they prostrated themselves before the sun. The Hoopoe explained that Satan had beautified their deeds, preventing them from following the straight path. Every morning, as sunlight spread across the horizon, they bowed before one of Allah's creations instead of the Creator himself. This report deeply concerned Sulaiman. He was not interested merely because another kingdom existed. He was not searching for new lands to conquer out of ambition. His concern was spiritual before it was political. A prosperous civilization remained trapped in shirk, associating partners with Allah. Their wealth could not save them. Their magnificent throne could not guide them. Their advanced society could not replace divine revelation. The Hoopoe's report also included one of the Quran's most beautiful reminders about Allah. It declared that Allah alone brings forth what is hidden in the heavens and the earth and knows everything people conceal and reveal. The contrast was striking. The people of Sheba worshipped the visible sun, something they could see with their own eyes. Yet the true Lord controls not only what is visible but also every unseen reality throughout existence. Sulaiman listened carefully. Although he trusted the miraculous abilities Allah had granted the Hoopoe, justice required verification. He replied, "We shall see whether you have spoken the truth or whether you are among the liars." Again, Sulaiman's leadership shines through. He neither rejected the report nor accepted it blindly. He sought evidence. Truth welcomes investigation. Falsehood fears it. This balanced approach remains one of the timeless principles of wise leadership. After considering the information, Sulaiman decided upon an extraordinary response. Rather than immediately preparing an army, he chose diplomacy. He dictated a letter unlike any ordinary royal message. Its opening words carried more power than all the wealth of kings. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. This was no ordinary political correspondence. It was an invitation to recognize the Lord of all creation. The letter continued with remarkable simplicity and authority. "Do not exalt yourselves against me, but come to me in submission." Islamic scholars explain that this submission referred first and foremost to submission to Allah rather than merely political surrender. Sulaiman was calling an entire nation away from idol worship toward belief in the one God. The letter contained no insults. No unnecessary threats. No boastful claims. Its authority rested entirely upon truth. After the message was written, Sulaiman entrusted it to the very bird whose absence had first raised concern. The Hoopoe spread its wings once more and soared into the sky. Across deserts, mountains, valleys, and trade routes, it flew toward one of the richest kingdoms in Arabia. Neither the queen nor her advisors had any idea that a single bird approaching their palace carried a letter that would forever transform the destiny of their nation. The next chapter of Sulaiman's story would introduce one of the most intelligent and influential women mentioned in the Quran, a queen whose wisdom prevented war, whose humility led her to seek the truth, and whose meeting with Allah's prophet would become one of the greatest diplomatic encounters in all of sacred history. The kingdom of Sheba was unlike most of the nations surrounding ancient Israel. Situated in the fertile regions of southern Arabia, it occupied one of the most strategically valuable locations in the ancient world. Long caravans loaded with incense, spices, gold, precious stones, fine textiles, ivory, and rare perfumes crossed its territory on their way between Africa, Arabia, and the Mediterranean. Merchants from distant lands spoke of its prosperity with admiration. Travelers described magnificent buildings rising from the desert landscape, vast gardens nourished by remarkable irrigation systems, and marketplaces overflowing with goods gathered from every corner of the known world. The wealth of Sheba did not appear overnight. Generations had worked to build canals, dams, roads, and trading networks that transformed the kingdom into an economic powerhouse. Historians believe the famous Marib Dam played a central role in this prosperity, allowing agriculture to flourish in an environment that would otherwise have struggled against drought. While the Quran later mentions the eventual destruction of this dam as a consequence of the people's ingratitude in another historical context, during the time of Queen Bilqis, Sheba stood at the peak of its strength. Its ruler was a woman remembered in Islamic tradition as Bilqis, although the Quran itself simply refers to her as the queen. Unlike many monarchs whose pride blinded them to reality, Bilqis possessed remarkable intelligence, patience, and political wisdom. She listened carefully before making decisions. She sought advice rather than surrounding herself with flatterers. She understood that the survival of a kingdom depended not only on military power but also on wise judgment. On an ordinary day within her magnificent palace, something extraordinary happened. The hoopoe descended from the sky. No guard recognized its true purpose. No servant suspected that history was about to change. By Allah's command, the bird dropped Sulaiman's letter into the queen's presence before flying away. The letter immediately attracted attention. Its seal marked it as royal correspondence from a foreign ruler. Its opening words were unlike anything the queen had ever received. She gathered her trusted advisors, ministers, military commanders, and senior officials into the royal council chamber. Holding the mysterious letter before them, she addressed the assembly with calm dignity. "O chiefs," she said, "indeed, a noble letter has been delivered to me." Even before reading its contents aloud, Bilqis recognized something unusual. She described it as honorable, noble, distinguished. There was a dignity within the letter that separated it from ordinary political messages. Then she read its contents. "In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Do not exalt yourselves against me, but come to me in submission." Silence filled the council chamber. The words were direct. They were respectful. Yet they carried undeniable authority. Unlike ambitious conquerors who boasted endlessly about their own greatness, Sulaiman's letter began by glorifying Allah rather than himself. The queen immediately realized she was dealing with an extraordinary ruler. Instead of reacting emotionally, Bilqis demonstrated the wisdom that made her one of history's most respected monarchs. She turned to her advisors. "What do you advise concerning this matter? I do not decide any affair until you are present." This simple statement reveals much about her leadership. Although she possessed absolute authority, she valued consultation. She did not mistake power for infallibility. Great leaders understand that listening often produces better decisions than speaking alone. Her military commanders answered first. Confident in the strength of Sheba's army, they declared, "We possess power and great military strength, but the command belongs to you. Consider what you will order." Their response displayed loyalty, but it also left the final decision in the queen's hands. The generals were prepared for war if necessary. They believed their kingdom could defend itself. Many rulers throughout history would have accepted such encouragement without hesitation. Bilqis did not. She had seen enough of history to understand the terrible consequences of unnecessary conflict. She answered her advisors with words that have echoed across the centuries. "Indeed, when kings enter a city, they ruin it and make the honored among its people humiliated. That is what they usually do." Her observation reflected the painful reality of ancient warfare. Victorious armies often destroyed cities. Homes were burned. Families were separated. Treasure was plundered. Civilizations built over centuries could disappear within days. Bilqis had no desire to gamble with the lives of her people. Instead of rushing toward battle, she chose diplomacy. She announced a carefully considered plan. "I will send them a gift and see with what answer the messengers return." This was more than generosity. It was a test. The queen wanted to discover what kind of man Sulaiman truly was. If he were merely another ambitious king seeking wealth, an expensive gift might satisfy him. If he accepted riches in exchange for peace, his true motivation would become obvious. But if he rejected unimaginable wealth, then Bilqis would know she faced someone whose mission extended far beyond earthly treasure. Soon preparations began. Servants assembled priceless gifts worthy of one of the richest kingdoms on earth. Gold was polished until it gleamed like sunlight. Rare jewels were carefully selected. Exotic perfumes filled ornate containers. Finely crafted ornaments demonstrated the unmatched artistry of Sheba's craftsmen. A distinguished delegation was chosen to accompany the treasures. Their instructions were clear. Present the gifts respectfully. Observe Sulaiman's reaction carefully. Return with every detail. The caravan departed from Sheba, traveling north across deserts and valleys toward Jerusalem. As they approached Sulaiman's capital, they expected to impress him with the wealth of their queen. Instead, they found themselves speechless. Nothing in Sheba had prepared them for what they were about to witness. The city of Allah's prophet displayed an order and magnificence unlike any kingdom they had ever visited. The delegation passed through gates guarded with perfect discipline. They saw great buildings whose construction seemed beyond ordinary human capability. Human officials carried out their duties with precision. Birds moved through the skies as if participating in the kingdom's administration. Unseen forces appeared to labor alongside visible workers. Everything reflected harmony rather than chaos. When the envoys finally stood before Sulaiman and presented Bilqis's magnificent gifts, they expected admiration. Instead, the prophet king looked upon the treasures with complete indifference. Then he spoke words that instantly revealed the vast difference between his kingdom and every earthly empire. Do you offer me wealth? What Allah has given me is far better than what He has given you. Rather, it is you who rejoice in your gift. Sulaiman was not insulting the queen. Nor was he belittling her generosity. He was exposing a deeper truth. His mission was never about collecting gold or expanding personal riches. Allah had already granted him blessings beyond imagination. No amount of treasure could purchase prophethood. No mountain of gold could equal guidance. No jewel could compare to faith. Then Sulaiman delivered a powerful message to the delegation. He instructed them to return to their queen and inform her that if she refused the invitation to worship Allah, He would come with forces that no kingdom could withstand, and they would be driven from their land in humiliation. This was not the arrogant threat of a conqueror hungry for territory. It was the final warning of a prophet whose invitation to the truth had been rejected with material wealth instead of sincere reflection. The envoys quickly departed, carrying Sulaiman's words back across the desert. As they traveled south, Queen Bilqis waited anxiously within her palace. She expected a detailed report. What she would hear next would convince her that she was not dealing with an ordinary king. She was facing a prophet whose power came from the Lord of the heavens and the earth, and whose next miracle would leave her entire court in stunned disbelief. When the delegation finally returned to Sheba, Queen Bilqis wasted no time gathering her closest advisors. The expressions on the faces of the returning envoys told her that something extraordinary had happened. These were experienced diplomats who had traveled to powerful kingdoms before. They had negotiated with rulers, merchants, and military leaders. Yet now they stood before their queen with a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty, as though they had witnessed something beyond ordinary human experience. The chief envoy stepped forward and carefully recounted everything they had seen. He described the disciplined order of Sulaiman's kingdom. He spoke of the magnificent buildings that seemed impossible to construct through ordinary means. He explained how every official performed his duty with remarkable precision, how birds appeared to carry out organized tasks, and how the entire kingdom reflected an order unlike anything they had encountered elsewhere. Most surprising of all was Sulaiman's reaction to the priceless gifts. He did not desire our gold, the envoy explained. He did not admire our jewels. He did not bargain. He spoke as a man who already possessed everything the world could offer. These words deeply affected Bilqis. Throughout history, wealth had opened countless doors. Powerful rulers could often be influenced through lavish gifts. Even fierce enemies sometimes became allies when enough treasure changed hands. Yet Sulaiman had shown complete indifference. To him, material riches held no attraction compared to the favor Allah had granted him. The queen remained silent for several moments. She realized that the situation had changed completely. This was not a dispute between neighboring kingdoms. It was an encounter with a prophet. A man whose authority rested upon something far greater than armies or riches. Bilqis was too intelligent to ignore the evidence before her. Rather than allowing pride to dictate her actions, she made a decision that demonstrated extraordinary wisdom. She would travel personally to meet Sulaiman. Instead of risking unnecessary bloodshed, she would investigate the truth with her own eyes. Preparations for the royal journey immediately began. Servants packed provisions for the long expedition. Military escorts assembled to protect the queen along dangerous trade routes. Officials organized the caravan with the efficiency expected of one of the wealthiest kingdoms in Arabia. News spread rapidly throughout Sheba. Their queen herself would journey north to meet the mysterious prophet king whose fame had begun spreading across the region. Meanwhile, far away in Jerusalem, Allah informed Sulaiman that Bilqis was on her way. The prophet understood that this meeting would determine the future of an entire nation. Rather than preparing for war, he prepared to demonstrate one of the greatest miracles ever witnessed by human eyes. Before the queen arrived, Sulaiman assembled his court. Around him gathered trusted advisors, righteous believers, distinguished officials, and powerful jinn who served by Allah's permission. The atmosphere was filled with anticipation. Then Sulaiman addressed the gathering. "Which one of you will bring me her throne before they come to me in submission?" The request stunned everyone present. Bilqis's throne remained hundreds of miles away inside her heavily guarded palace. It was famous throughout Arabia for its magnificence. According to the Quran, it was a tremendous throne, reflecting the wealth and prestige of Sheba. Transporting such an object across vast deserts would normally require weeks or even months. Yet Sulaiman asked whether anyone could bring it before the queen herself arrived. Immediately, one of the powerful jinn stepped forward. The Quran describes him as an ifrit among the jinn, a being known for great strength. Confidently he declared, "I will bring it to you before you rise from your place. Indeed, I am strong enough and trustworthy for this task." It was an extraordinary offer. According to many scholars, this would have meant transporting the throne within a matter of hours. For ordinary human beings, such a feat would have been impossible. Even the jinns offer demonstrated abilities beyond normal human understanding. Yet before Sulaiman responded, another voice spoke. Among those present was a man whom the Quran describes simply as one possessing knowledge from the book. His name is not mentioned. Classical scholars have suggested different identities, with many identifying him as Asif ibn Barkia, a righteous servant and learned believer in Sulaiman's court. However, the Quran intentionally leaves his name unmentioned, focusing instead on the source of his strength. His knowledge came from Allah. Calmly he said, "I will bring it to you before your glance returns to you." The statement sounded almost unbelievable. Before Sulaiman could even complete a single glance. Before the blink of an eye had fully ended. The impossible happened. The magnificent throne of Bilqis suddenly stood before Sulaiman. There had been no caravan. No soldiers carrying it. No long journey through the desert. By Allah's permission, it appeared instantly. The miracle left everyone present speechless. Even Sulaiman, despite witnessing countless signs throughout his life, did not react with pride. The Quran records his immediate response. "This is from the favor of my Lord, to to test me whether I will be grateful or ungrateful. Whoever is grateful only for his own benefit, and whoever is ungrateful, then indeed my Lord is self-sufficient and most generous. These words reveal the heart of a true prophet. Most rulers would have celebrated their own greatness. Sulaiman praised Allah. Most kings would have considered such power proof of personal superiority. Sulaiman considered it a test. He understood that miracles increase responsibility. The greater the blessing, the greater the accountability before Allah. Then Sulaiman gave another remarkable instruction. He ordered his attendants. Alter her throne. Let us see whether she recognizes it or whether she is among those who fail to perceive. The throne was not destroyed. Nor was it replaced. Certain features were subtly changed. Its appearance remained largely familiar while including enough differences to test Bilqis's observation and intelligence. This was not a trick meant to humiliate her. It was another opportunity for truth to become evident through wisdom rather than force. Days later, Queen Bilqis finally approached Jerusalem. She expected negotiations. She expected political discussions. She perhaps even expected displays of military strength. She had no idea that the very throne she had left behind under heavy guard in her own palace had already arrived before her. As she entered Sulaiman's magnificent court, her eyes fell upon a familiar object. She stopped. Her heart raced. It looked exactly like her throne. Yet, how could that possibly be? She had left it hundreds of miles away. Surrounded by guards. Protected within the royal palace of Sheba. No human army could have transported it so quickly. No ordinary explanation existed. Sulaiman looked toward the queen and calmly asked a simple question that would mark the turning point of her entire life. Is your throne like this? The answer Bilqis gave next would reveal both her remarkable intelligence and the sincerity that would soon lead her toward the worship of the one true God. Queen Bilqis stood motionless, her eyes fixed upon the magnificent throne before her. Every intricate carving, every elegant curve, every precious ornament appeared astonishingly familiar. Yet something was different. Certain details had been subtly altered. It was neither entirely identical nor completely different. Anyone who answered carelessly would expose either ignorance or arrogance. The great hall fell silent. Ministers from Sheba watched their queen closely. Officials from Sulaiman's court waited respectfully. No one spoke. Then Bilqis answered with remarkable wisdom. It is as though it were the same. Her reply revealed extraordinary intelligence. She did not stubbornly insist that it was unquestionably her throne. Neither did she deny what her own eyes clearly suggested. Instead, she acknowledged the evidence without making a claim beyond what she knew. This balanced response impressed everyone present. Before anyone else could speak, voices from Sulaiman's court declared. We were given knowledge before her, and we had already submitted to Allah. Their statement was not intended to mock the queen. Rather, it reminded everyone that true guidance comes before worldly recognition. Faith in Allah had already transformed the lives of those standing beside Sulaiman. Now the same opportunity stood before Bilqis. The Quran then explains what had prevented her from recognizing the truth until that moment. What had been worshipped besides Allah had kept her away. Indeed, she belonged to a disbelieving people. This verse does not portray Bilqis as an evil woman. Instead, it highlights the influence of upbringing and society. From childhood she had lived among people who worshipped the sun. Their traditions, celebrations, and beliefs all revolved around practices inherited through generations. Like countless people throughout history, she had accepted the religion of her nation without questioning its foundations. Now, standing before a prophet whose kingdom displayed signs beyond human ability, those inherited beliefs were beginning to crumble. Sulaiman did not rush her. He did not force a declaration. Instead, another demonstration awaited her. He invited the queen to enter his palace. As Bilqis approached, she noticed what appeared to be a vast pool of crystal-clear water stretching across the entrance. The surface shimmered brilliantly beneath the sunlight. She could see what looked like flowing water beneath her feet. Assuming she would have to step into the water, she instinctively lifted the edge of her garments to keep them dry. At that moment Sulaiman gently informed her. "It is a palace paved smoothly with crystal." Bilqis immediately realized what had happened. The floor beneath her was not water at all. It was perfectly transparent glass. Its craftsmanship was so extraordinary that it created the illusion of a clear flowing pool. Today, modern architecture regularly incorporates transparent glass floors and sophisticated engineering. In the ancient world, however, such construction was almost unimaginable. The queen understood that she was witnessing a level of knowledge and craftsmanship beyond anything her kingdom possessed. Islamic scholars explain that this magnificent palace reflected the abilities Allah had granted Sulaiman through the service of skilled human craftsmen and obedient jinn. The palace itself was not the miracle. Rather, it was the astonishing perfection achieved through Allah's favor. For Bilqis, these experiences formed one overwhelming realization after another. A bird had delivered a royal letter. Her heavily guarded throne had somehow appeared hundreds of miles away before her arrival. A palace displayed engineering beyond anything she had ever imagined. Most importantly, the man responsible for all these wonders consistently attributed everything to Allah instead of himself. Sulaiman never claimed divinity. He never demanded worship. He never glorified his own power. Every blessing became another reminder of the greatness of the Creator. At last, the truth became undeniable. The pride of a queen gave way to the humility of a sincere seeker. The Quran records one of the most beautiful declarations of faith ever spoken. She said, "My Lord, indeed I have wronged myself, and I submit with Sulaiman to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds." Those words changed history. Bilqis did not merely form a political alliance. She embraced faith. She abandoned the worship of the sun and turned toward the Lord who created the sun. She recognized that no throne, no kingdom, and no earthly glory could compare with submission to Allah. Unlike many rulers who cling desperately to pride, Bilqis chose truth over reputation. She admitted her mistake publicly. For a monarch surrounded by servants and nobles, such humility required tremendous courage. The Quran honors her decision by preserving her words forever. Classical Islamic historians mention various reports concerning what happened afterward. Some narrations claim that Sulaiman later married Bilqis. Others state that she returned to Sheba as a believing queen and ruled her people with justice. These reports appear in historical literature and later traditions, but no authentic narration from the Prophet Muhammad confirms them with certainty. For this reason, Muslim scholars generally avoid making definitive claims beyond what the Quran itself reveals. What remains certain is far greater than speculation. An entire kingdom received the invitation to worship Allah. Its queen accepted the truth. Another nation came under the influence of divine guidance rather than remaining devoted to idols. The meeting between Sulaiman and Bilqis became one of history's greatest examples of peaceful diplomacy. No battlefield was required. No city was destroyed. No innocent lives were lost. Truth prevailed through wisdom, evidence, patience, and the signs Allah revealed. This episode also shattered a dangerous misconception about power. Many rulers believe that authority is maintained through fear alone. Sulaiman demonstrated something greater. Justice inspires loyalty. Wisdom defeats arrogance. Faith transforms hearts more completely than armies ever can. The prophet who commanded wins, birds, and jinn considered the guidance of one queen and her people a greater victory than conquering countless cities. Yet despite the unparalleled success of his reign, Sulaiman's greatest trials were still ahead. The kingdom continued to expand. Its wealth became beyond calculation. Magnificent buildings rose across the land. The jinn labored under Allah's command, constructing works unlike anything humanity had seen before. People from distant nations traveled to witness the glory of Sulaiman's empire. To the outside world, it seemed as though nothing could ever threaten such a kingdom. But Allah tests His most beloved servants not only through hardship, but also through unimaginable blessings. Soon, Sulaiman would make one of the most heartfelt prayers recorded in the Quran, a prayer that would result in miracles never granted to any human being before him or after him, proving once again that the greatest honor is not power itself, but using every gift in complete obedience to the Lord of the worlds. After the submission of Queen Bilqis to Allah, the fame of Sulaiman spread farther than ever before. Travelers carried stories of his wisdom across deserts and seas. Merchants spoke of a kingdom where justice was stronger than wealth. Kings discussed the mysterious prophet who ruled not only men but also creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Scholars marveled at his judgments. Ordinary people repeated stories about birds that served as messengers and jinn that worked under divine command. From every direction, visitors came hoping to witness the greatness of Sulaiman's kingdom. Yet the more famous he became, the more humble he remained. History has preserved the names of countless rulers who demanded monuments to glorify themselves. Their palaces have crumbled. Their statues have fallen. Their empires have disappeared into dust. Sulaiman chose a different path. Every blessing reminded him not of his own greatness but of Allah's generosity. Whenever people admired his kingdom, he remembered that everything he possessed could disappear in a single moment if Allah willed. One day, overwhelmed by gratitude and fully aware of the enormous responsibility resting upon his shoulders, Sulaiman turned to Allah with one of the most extraordinary supplications ever recorded in the Quran. He prayed, "My Lord, forgive me and grant me a kingdom such as will not belong to anyone after me. Indeed, you are the bestower." At first glance, some people misunderstand this prayer. Why would a prophet ask for a kingdom unlike any other? Was it a request born from ambition? Was Sulaiman seeking worldly superiority? Classical Islamic scholars explain that the answer is no. Sulaiman understood that the miracles Allah had already granted him could become powerful signs proving the truth of prophethood. He asked for a unique kingdom that would stand as undeniable evidence of Allah's power, a kingdom so extraordinary that no one after him could falsely claim to possess the same divine authority. It was not a prayer for personal pride but for a miracle that would distinguish prophethood from kingship and expose those who later claimed supernatural powers through magic or deception. Allah answered that prayer. The response came in forms beyond human imagination. The Quran declares that Allah subjected the wind to Sulaiman. This was no ordinary blessing. The wind itself became obedient to Allah's prophet. Gentle breezes and powerful currents moved according to Allah's command in service of Sulaiman. The Quran describes the wind as flowing smoothly wherever he directed it. Another verse explains that a journey requiring an entire month could be completed within a single morning, and another month's journey within a single afternoon. For people living in the ancient world, where travel depended upon walking, riding animals, or sailing according to unpredictable weather, this miracle surpassed all expectations. Imagine crossing distances in hours that ordinarily demanded months. The miracle demonstrated that every force of nature remains completely under Allah's control. Human beings often imagine themselves masters of the world. Yet they cannot command a single breeze. Only the Creator possesses such authority. Allah also subjected the jinn to Sulaiman in a manner never granted to anyone else. The Quran describes them diving into the seas, extracting treasures from beneath the ocean, constructing magnificent buildings, crafting statues permitted under the law revealed before Islam, producing enormous basins resembling reservoirs, and making huge cooking vessels firmly fixed in place because of their immense size. These projects transformed Sulayman's kingdom into one of the greatest civilizations of the ancient world. Great palaces rose toward the sky. Fortified structures protected cities. Places of worship reflected beauty worthy of devotion to Allah. Public works improved the lives of ordinary people. The jinn did not labor independently. They worked only because Allah commanded them to obey His Prophet. Whenever people later claimed that Sulayman ruled through magic, the Quran firmly rejected the accusation. His authority came entirely from Allah. Magic deceives. Prophethood guides. Magic calls toward disbelief. Prophethood calls toward worship of the one God. The distinction could not be clearer. Among the miracles granted to Sulayman was another astonishing blessing mentioned in the Quran. Allah caused molten copper to flow for him like a spring. Scholars have long reflected upon this verse. Some understood it literally as a miraculous stream of molten copper provided by Allah for construction and craftsmanship. Others emphasized the extraordinary ease with which metalworking became possible during Sulayman's reign. Whichever interpretation one follows, the central message remains the same. Resources that normally require tremendous effort became available through Allah's favor. What ordinary king struggled to obtain through years of labor, Allah provided effortlessly for His Prophet. Despite these extraordinary blessings, Sulayman never became careless. The Quran repeatedly reminds believers that every miracle increased his gratitude rather than his pride. Allah addressed the family of Dawood with a powerful command. Work, O family of Dawood, in gratitude. Then comes one of the most thought-provoking statements in the Quran. And few of my servants are truly grateful. These words extend far beyond Sulayman's lifetime. Every blessing carries responsibility. Health. Knowledge. Wealth. Family. Opportunity. Influence. None of these exist merely for personal enjoyment. They are trusts from Allah. Gratitude is not limited to words spoken by the tongue. True gratitude appears through obedience, generosity, justice, and sincere worship. Sulayman's kingdom became a living example of this principle. Its greatness rested not merely upon miraculous power but upon righteous purpose. The wealth of the kingdom served society rather than enslaving it. Justice remained available to rich and poor alike. Foreign visitors found fairness rather than oppression. Knowledge was honored. Worship remained central. Everything reflected the understanding that Allah alone is the true king. Yet even prophets are tested. The greater the blessing, the greater the examination. The Quran briefly mentions that Sulayman himself underwent a difficult trial. The exact nature of this test has been discussed by scholars for centuries. Many legendary stories circulated among later storytellers, claiming that devils stole Sulayman's ring or that his kingdom temporarily passed into the hands of an impostor. However, these tales largely originate from weak reports and Israelite traditions and are not confirmed by authentic Islamic sources. The Quran itself remains remarkably concise. It simply states that Allah tested Sulayman, placed a body upon his throne, and afterward he turned back to Allah in repentance. Although the precise details remain unknown, the lesson is unmistakable. Even one of Allah's greatest prophets experienced moments of trial requiring renewed humility and repentance. No servant of Allah is beyond self-examination. No blessing eliminates the need for seeking forgiveness. Sulayman's response to his test revealed the purity of his heart. Rather than questioning Allah's wisdom, he returned immediately to sincere repentance. His greatness lay not in never facing trials but in always returning to his Lord. That pattern would continue until the very end of his remarkable life. Soon the world would witness one final miracle unlike any other, a miracle that would expose the ignorance of the jinn, prove that only Allah possesses complete knowledge of the unseen, and bring the magnificent reign of Sulaiman to its unforgettable conclusion. As the years passed, Sulaiman's kingdom reached a level of prosperity that few civilizations in history have ever matched. Cities flourished beneath just laws. Trade routes remained secure. Travelers crossed great distances without fear of bandits. Farmers harvested abundant crops from fertile lands, craftsmen perfected their skills, and scholars devoted themselves to learning and worship. Every part of the kingdom reflected the harmony that comes when justice stands above corruption. The magnificent projects begun during Sulaiman's reign continued to transform the landscape. Grand buildings rose where barren ground had once existed. Strong fortifications protected towns and villages. Public reservoirs stored precious water for seasons of drought. Roads connected distant regions, allowing merchants and pilgrims to travel safely. The kingdom's prosperity did not exist for the comfort of the palace alone. Its benefits reached ordinary people, reminding them that the purpose of leadership is service rather than privilege. The jinn continued performing the tasks Allah had assigned to them. Some worked in construction. Others recovered valuable resources from beneath the seas. Still others completed difficult projects beyond ordinary human ability. Although these extraordinary events amazed people, the Quran repeatedly reminds believers that every miracle occurred only because Allah permitted it. The jinn possessed no independent authority. Their strength remained subject to the command of their Creator. Unfortunately, as generations passed after Sulaiman's lifetime, many people began inventing legends about him. Some falsely claimed that he ruled through magical rings, secret spells, or occult knowledge. Others insisted that his power came from sorcery rather than prophethood. The Quran firmly rejects these accusations. Allah declares that Sulaiman never committed disbelief. Instead, it was the devils who disbelieved by teaching people magic. This statement protects the honor of one of Allah's greatest prophets. Throughout history, enemies of truth have often attempted to explain divine miracles through superstition or deception. Rather than accepting Allah's limitless power, they searched for mysterious earthly explanations. The Quran restores the truth. Sulaiman's authority came entirely from Allah, not from hidden rituals, enchanted objects, or forbidden knowledge. This distinction remains essential even today. Islam strictly forbids seeking power through magic, fortune-telling, or communication with evil spirits. Such practices lead people away from trust in Allah and toward deception. Sulaiman's life stands as proof that genuine miracles strengthen faith in Allah, while magic corrupts belief and invites misguidance. As Sulaiman grew older, the burden of leadership became heavier. Every decision affected thousands of lives. Every judgment required wisdom. Every blessing demanded gratitude. Yet despite carrying responsibilities greater than almost any ruler before or after him, he never abandoned worship. The nights that others spent sleeping in comfort often found Sulaiman standing in prayer. The king who commanded armies humbled himself before the Lord of the heavens. The ruler whose orders reached humans, birds, and jinn considered himself first and foremost a servant of Allah. This balance between authority and humility made him one of history's greatest examples of righteous leadership. Eventually, the time appointed by Allah for Sulaiman's departure from this world arrived. Like every prophet before him and every human being after him, he would taste death. No kingdom, regardless of its greatness, can prevent the decree of Allah. No army can defend against mortality. No miracle grants eternal life in this world. The Quran describes Sulaiman's final moments in a manner unlike any other historical account. One day, while overseeing the work being carried out by the jinn, Sulaiman remained standing, leaning upon his staff. From outward appearances, nothing seemed unusual. His posture remained firm. His expression showed no sign of weakness. The workers continued their tasks, believing their prophet and king remained present, watching over the progress of their labor. Yet something extraordinary had already happened. Allah had taken the soul of Sulaiman. He had passed away while standing, supported by his staff. The jinn did not know. Despite all the myths surrounding their supposed knowledge of hidden realities, they remained completely unaware that the prophet they served had already died. Days passed. Then more days. According to many classical scholars, a considerable period elapsed while the jinn continued working under the assumption that Sulaiman was still observing them. Only one tiny creature knew nothing of kings or palaces. A small creature began slowly eating away at the wooden staff upon which Sulaiman leaned. Little by little, the wood weakened. No human noticed. No jinn recognized what was happening. The decree of Allah unfolded silently. Finally, the staff could no longer bear the weight. It broke. Sulaiman's body fell to the ground. Only then did everyone realize that he had died long before. The Quran draws an unforgettable lesson from this moment. When he fell, it became clear to the jinn that if they had known the unseen, they would not have remained in humiliating labor. This verse shattered one of humanity's oldest misconceptions. Many cultures have believed that invisible beings possess complete knowledge of hidden matters. The Quran exposes this belief as false. The jinn are creations of Allah. Like human beings, their knowledge is limited. They do not know the unseen unless Allah reveals something to them. If they truly possessed independent knowledge of the unseen, they would have known immediately that Sulaiman had died. Instead, they continued working in ignorance until Allah chose to reveal the truth. This lesson extends far beyond Sulaiman's lifetime. Throughout history, countless fortune-tellers, astrologers, magicians, and false spiritual leaders have claimed access to hidden knowledge. The Quran reminds believers that ultimate knowledge of the unseen belongs to Allah alone. No created being shares this attribute independently. Not kings. Not prophets. Not angels. Not jinn. Only Allah possesses complete and perfect knowledge of everything hidden and everything revealed. With Sulaiman's death, one of the most extraordinary chapters in human history came to an end. The prophet who understood the speech of birds. The king who smiled at the words of an ant. The ruler whose invitation guided Queen Bilqis to faith. The servant whose prayer brought the wind and the jinn under Allah's command. The judge whose wisdom became legendary across nations. The believer who attributed every miracle to Allah rather than himself. His earthly journey was over. Yet his legacy would endure for thousands of years. Jews would remember him as Solomon, the wise king. Christians would honor him as the son of David renowned for wisdom. Muslims would remember him as Prophet Sulaiman, one of Allah's greatest messengers, whose life demonstrated that true greatness lies not in possessing immense power but in remaining grateful, humble, and obedient to the Lord who grants every blessing. His story did not end with his death. Future generations would preserve fragments of truth mixed with legend. Some accounts would exaggerate his miracles. Others would distort his character. But the Quran would forever preserve the pure account, reminding humanity that the greatest king of his age was, before anything else, a faithful servant of Allah. The story of Sulaiman did not disappear after his passing. His name continued to echo through the centuries, traveling across continents, languages, and civilizations. Every generation remembered him differently. Some spoke of his astonishing wisdom. Others admired the grandeur of his kingdom. Many repeated stories about the magnificent temple built during his reign. As time passed, history, folklore, and legend often became intertwined, making it difficult to separate authentic revelation from later imagination. Yet when the Quran speaks about Sulaiman, it consistently directs attention away from myths and toward the timeless lessons that every believer can apply. In the Hebrew Tanakh, Solomon is remembered as one of Israel's greatest kings. The books of 1 Kings and 2 Chronicles describe the construction of the first temple in Jerusalem, the prosperity of his kingdom, his extensive trade networks, and the famous visit of the Queen of Sheba. They also describe his extraordinary wisdom, including the well-known judgment involving two women who each claimed to be the mother of the same child. These accounts contributed greatly to Solomon's reputation throughout Jewish history. The Christian Bible preserves these historical accounts as part of the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Prophet Isa, known in English as Jesus, even referred to Solomon's glory while teaching his followers not to become obsessed with worldly wealth. He reminded them that despite Solomon's unmatched splendor, the flowers of the field displayed beauty granted by God that surpassed human craftsmanship. In this way, Solomon became an example of both greatness and the temporary nature of worldly magnificence. The Quran, however, presents Sulaiman from a unique perspective. Rather than focusing primarily on architecture, political expansion, or material success, the Quran emphasizes his relationship with Allah. Every miracle points toward divine power. Every blessing becomes a test. Every victory becomes an opportunity for gratitude. This spiritual perspective transforms the entire narrative. Instead of encouraging admiration for worldly success alone, the Quran teaches believers to admire the faith that allowed Sulaiman to remain humble while possessing blessings greater than almost anyone in history. Islamic scholars throughout the centuries have reflected deeply upon Sulaiman's character. His patience teaches leaders not to act hastily. His investigation of the missing hoopoe demonstrates the importance of verifying information before passing judgment. His conversation with the ant teaches compassion toward even the smallest creatures. His treatment of Queen Bilqis shows that wisdom and diplomacy often achieve what violence cannot. His immediate gratitude after every miracle reminds believers never to confuse blessings with personal superiority. Perhaps one of the greatest lessons appears in Sulaiman's famous supplication. "My Lord, inspire me to be grateful." Notice that he asked Allah for gratitude itself. Human beings naturally ask for wealth, success, health, influence, or victory. Sulaiman already possessed all of those blessings. What concerned him most was whether his heart would remain thankful. This prayer reveals a profound truth. The greatest blessing is not receiving gifts. It is recognizing the one who gave them. Another lesson emerges from the end of his life. The mighty king who commanded vast armies left this world exactly as every human being eventually will. His treasures remained behind. His palaces remained behind. His throne remained behind. His authority over wind and jinn ended. Only his faith and righteous deeds accompanied him into the next life. This reality places every worldly achievement into its proper perspective. No matter how successful a person becomes, every journey eventually ends before Allah. The Quran also dismantles one of humanity's oldest superstitions through Sulaiman's death. Many people throughout history have feared invisible beings, believing they possess secret knowledge about destiny, the future, or hidden events. Allah used Sulaiman's passing to demonstrate that even the jinn remained ignorant of what had happened directly before them. If they could not perceive the death of the prophet standing before their eyes, how could they claim independent knowledge of the unseen? This lesson protects believers from deception. Knowledge of the unseen belongs to Allah alone. Whoever claims otherwise speaks without evidence. The life of Sulaiman also teaches an important principle regarding power. Power itself is neither good nor evil. Its value depends entirely upon how it is used. In the hands of tyrants, power destroys nations. In the hands of righteous servants, power protects the weak, establishes justice, and spreads guidance. Sulaiman never viewed his kingdom as personal property. He understood that every throne belongs ultimately to Allah. Every ruler governs only for a limited time before returning to his Creator. This understanding prevented arrogance from entering his heart despite possessing authority beyond imagination. His compassion extended beyond human beings. He cared about ants. He listened to birds. He respected every creature as part of Allah's creation. Long before modern discussions about environmental stewardship and kindness toward animals, Sulaiman's example demonstrated that true faith includes mercy toward all living beings. His diplomacy with Queen Bilqis offers another timeless lesson. Rather than rushing into war, he extended an invitation to truth. Rather than demanding tribute, he rejected wealth offered as a substitute for faith. Rather than humiliating his opponent, he allowed evidence to guide her toward sincere belief. The result was not merely political victory but the transformation of hearts. This remains one of history's greatest examples of leadership guided by wisdom instead of pride. For Muslims, Sulaiman stands among the greatest prophets sent by Allah. His story strengthens faith in divine wisdom. It reminds believers that miracles exist only through Allah's permission. It teaches that gratitude protects blessings while arrogance destroys them. It shows that justice must accompany authority. It demonstrates that sincere repentance remains essential no matter how righteous a person becomes. Above all, Sulaiman's life reminds humanity that the greatest title any person can ever possess is not king, emperor, ruler, or conqueror. It is servant of Allah. Thousands of years have passed since Sulaiman walked upon the earth. Empires have risen and fallen. Languages have changed. Civilizations have disappeared beneath sand and stone. Yet the lessons of his remarkable life continue inspiring millions around the world. His wisdom still guides judges. His humility still challenges leaders. His gratitude still inspires believers. His unwavering trust in Allah continues reminding every generation that worldly greatness fades, but faith, righteousness, and sincere devotion endure forever. And so the remarkable journey of Prophet Sulaiman, one of the greatest kings and one of the greatest prophets in human history, comes to its end not with the glory of an earthly throne, but with the eternal honor of having faithfully served the Lord of all the worlds. His life remains a timeless testimony that true success is never measured by the size of a kingdom, the amount of wealth, or the strength of an army. It is measured by obedience to Allah, justice toward His creation, gratitude for His blessings, and hope in His mercy. Those are the treasures that neither time nor death can ever take away. Although the earthly story of Prophet Sulaiman AS ends with his passing, his legacy continues wherever the Quran is recited and wherever people seek examples of righteous leadership. Every generation discovers new lessons in his remarkable life because his story is not merely about an ancient king, it is about the relationship between power and faith, knowledge and humility, justice and mercy. When modern historians examine the civilizations of the ancient Near East, they often focus on military campaigns, trade routes, architecture, and political alliances. Those achievements are certainly important, but they cannot fully explain why Sulaiman has remained one of the most remembered figures in human history. Many kings possessed wealth. Many emperors ruled vast territories. Many commanders won great battles. Yet very few are remembered across Judaism, Christianity, and Islam as symbols of wisdom and justice. The Quran teaches that the true source of Sulaiman's greatness was never his throne. It was his heart. Whenever Allah granted him another blessing, he became more grateful. Whenever responsibility increased, his humility increased. Whenever miracles appeared before him, his faith became even stronger. This is the exact opposite of the pattern often seen throughout history. Many rulers begin their reign with noble intentions but gradually become consumed by pride. Power convinces them that they are above accountability. Wealth blinds them to the suffering of ordinary people. Success makes them forget the one who granted every blessing. Sulaiman never fell into that trap. He constantly reminded himself that every kingdom belongs ultimately to Allah. This understanding shaped every decision he made. His justice became legendary because he understood that every judgment would one day be judged by Allah himself. His generosity flowed naturally because he knew that wealth was only a trust. His courage remained unwavering because he placed his reliance upon Allah rather than armies. Even the miracles granted to him carried lessons for future generations. The wind obeyed him, reminding humanity that the forces of nature remain under Allah's command alone. The birds communicated with him, showing that every creature glorifies its creator in ways humans rarely perceive. The ants reminded him that greatness includes compassion toward the smallest members of creation. The jinn served him, proving that even powerful unseen beings remain servants of Allah. The Queen of Sheba embraced faith, demonstrating that sincere hearts recognize truth when it becomes clear. His death exposed the limits of created knowledge, proving forever that only Allah possesses complete knowledge of the unseen. Each miracle teaches a different lesson. Together they form one complete picture. Allah grants power. Allah grants wisdom. Allah grants wealth. Allah grants victory. Allah grants knowledge. And Allah can take every one of those blessings away whenever He wills. Therefore, no servant should become arrogant because of temporary success. One of the most beautiful characteristics of Sulaiman was his balance. He lived in magnificent palaces without allowing luxury to corrupt him. He commanded powerful armies without becoming oppressive. He judged complicated disputes without abandoning compassion. He ruled an empire without forgetting the rights of a single ant. That balance remains one of the greatest challenges facing humanity today. People often believe they must choose between strength and mercy. Sulaiman proved that a righteous leader possesses both. Some imagine that wealth naturally leads people away from faith. Sulaiman demonstrated that gratitude can transform wealth into worship. Others believe authority inevitably produces injustice. Sulaiman showed that authority guided by revelation becomes a means of protecting society rather than exploiting it. The Prophet Muhammad later praised Prophet Sulaiman in authentic narrations and referred to some of the unique favors Allah had granted him. He also made it clear that Sulaiman's extraordinary control over the jinn was a special miracle given only by Allah in response to his famous supplication. No ordinary person after him inherited that unique authority. This serves as another reminder that prophethood cannot be imitated through magic, rituals, or secret knowledge. Muslim scholars throughout history have encouraged believers to reflect upon Sulaiman's life not simply as history but as guidance. Parents teach children about the ant that spoke with wisdom. Students learn from the fairness of his judgments. Leaders study his consultation, patience, and justice. Believers repeat his supplication asking Allah for gratitude. Every generation finds something new because the Quran presents timeless guidance rather than mere historical information. Perhaps that is why Allah chose to preserve Sulaiman's story in such remarkable detail. His life speaks to kings and ordinary workers alike. To the wealthy, it teaches humility. To the poor, it teaches trust in Allah. To rulers, it teaches justice. To scholars, it teaches gratitude for knowledge. To every believer, it teaches that success begins with sincere worship and ends with returning to Allah. Centuries after his passing, the magnificent buildings of his kingdom would eventually disappear. Stone erodes. Wood decays. Empires collapse. Roads vanish beneath sand. Even the greatest monuments become ruins. But the words of Allah never fade. The lessons of Sulaiman remain as alive today as when they were first revealed. Millions continue reading the verses that describe his smile at the words of an ant. Millions remember his conversation with the hoopoe. Millions reflect upon the faith of Queen Bilqis. Millions recite his prayer asking Allah to make them grateful. This is the true legacy of Prophet Sulaiman. Not a palace. Not a throne. Not unimaginable wealth. His greatest inheritance is faith. His greatest monument is the Quran's testimony about his righteousness. His greatest victory was guiding people toward the worship of Allah alone. And that victory continues long after every earthly kingdom has disappeared. May the story of Prophet Sulaiman remind every heart that no blessing is complete without gratitude, no authority is meaningful without justice, and no success is lasting unless it leads a person closer to the Lord of the heavens and the earth. Thank you for joining this journey through the extraordinary life of Prophet Sulaiman AS. If you enjoyed this historical documentary and want to explore more deeply researched stories of the prophets, forgotten civilizations, ancient empires, and the mysteries of history through authentic sources, subscribe to Sleepless historian Salavora. Every story on this channel is crafted to bring history to life while staying rooted in reliable sources, allowing the past to illuminate the present. Until our next journey into history, may peace, wisdom, and the pursuit of truth always guide your path. Although the life of Prophet Sulaiman, AS, concludes with his passing, the history connected to his kingdom did not end there. The death of such an extraordinary prophet marked the beginning of one of the most significant turning points in the history of the children of Israel. The generation that had witnessed the wisdom, justice, and miracles of Sulaiman slowly faded away, and with the passing of time, new generations inherited a powerful kingdom without fully inheriting the spiritual discipline that had made it great. History repeatedly demonstrates that preserving a nation is often more difficult than building one. While prophets establish societies upon faith and justice, later generations must choose whether to protect those foundations or abandon them. According to the Quran, Allah blessed the family of Dawood with immense favors, but he also reminded them, "Work, O family of Dawood, in gratitude." This command was never meant only for Dawood and Sulaiman themselves. It was a reminder for everyone who would come after them. Gratitude is not expressed only through words but through righteous actions, justice, worship, honesty, and obedience to Allah. Unfortunately, many among the later generations gradually became more attached to worldly prosperity than to the spiritual principles that had created it. Historical sources from Jewish, Christian, and Islamic traditions all agree that after Sulaiman's death, the United Kingdom did not remain united for long. Political disagreements, tribal rivalries, and growing dissatisfaction eventually fractured the nation into two separate kingdoms. The northern tribes formed the Kingdom of Israel, while the southern tribes continued as the Kingdom of Judah, where Jerusalem remained the political and religious center. Although the historical details differ somewhat between various traditions, the overall picture remains remarkably consistent: division replaced unity. This division carried profound consequences. A united nation that had once commanded respect throughout the ancient Near East became vulnerable to internal conflict and foreign influence. Neighboring empires watched carefully as political stability weakened. Trade continued for a time, but the moral strength that had characterized the reigns of Dawood and Sulaiman gradually declined. The greatest danger did not come first from foreign armies but from spiritual neglect. Whenever societies distance themselves from divine guidance, internal weakness often appears long before external defeat. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes this principle throughout its narratives. Allah changes the condition of people only after they change what is within themselves. Prosperity is never guaranteed simply because a nation once enjoyed righteousness. Every generation must renew its own commitment to truth. The children of Israel had been honored with numerous prophets, scriptures, and miracles, yet history shows that even the most blessed communities are tested by the choices they make after those blessings have been received. Centuries after Sulaiman, later prophets would continue calling the children of Israel back to sincere worship of Allah. Some communities responded with repentance, while others rejected the warnings. The magnificent temple associated with Sulaiman's era became both a symbol of devotion and, at times, a reminder that beautiful buildings alone cannot preserve faith. A nation's true strength lies in the righteousness of its people rather than the grandeur of its architecture. One of the remarkable aspects of Sulayman's legacy is that people across different civilizations continued speaking about him long after his kingdom disappeared. Jewish scholars preserved accounts of his wisdom. Christian writers remembered him as a king of extraordinary understanding. Muslim scholars honored him as a prophet whose miracles were granted directly by Allah. At the same time, countless legends emerged over the centuries, attributing impossible magical feats, enchanted rings, or secret occult knowledge to him. These stories spread widely through folklore and literature, but the Quran firmly separates truth from fiction by declaring that Sulayman never practiced magic. Instead, his miracles were signs of prophethood and demonstrations of Allah's unlimited power. This distinction remains one of the greatest gifts of the Quranic narrative. Rather than encouraging fascination with fantasy, it redirects attention toward faith, gratitude, justice, and humility. Sulayman's life becomes far more meaningful when understood as the story of a prophet whose greatest achievement was not commanding the wind or communicating with birds, but remaining a grateful servant despite possessing blessings beyond imagination. Even today, archaeologists, historians, theologians, and researchers continue studying the era traditionally associated with Sulayman. Ancient inscriptions, ruins, trade routes, and historical records provide glimpses into the world in which he lived, although many questions remain unanswered. For believers, however, the ultimate purpose of his story is not merely historical investigation. It is spiritual reflection. The Quran does not preserve these accounts simply to satisfy curiosity about the past. It preserves them so that every generation may recognize the signs of Allah, appreciate the value of gratitude, and understand that true honor belongs to those who remain faithful regardless of how much or how little they possess. In this way, the influence of Prophet Sulaiman AS extends far beyond the boundaries of his own lifetime. His kingdom ended, but his example did not. His throne vanished, but his wisdom endured. His palaces eventually disappeared, but the lessons of his life continue to illuminate hearts wherever the Quran is read and reflected upon. In the centuries that followed, the memory of Sulayman became one of the most enduring legacies of the ancient world. His name crossed deserts with merchant caravans, traveled across seas with sailors, and entered the writings of historians, rabbis, priests, and Muslim scholars. Yet as often happens with figures of extraordinary importance, truth and legend gradually became intertwined. Every civilization admired him, but not every tradition preserved his story with the same accuracy. Among the children of Israel, Sulayman's reign came to represent a golden age. It was remembered as a time when the nation enjoyed peace, prosperity, international respect, and religious significance unlike any period before or after. Jerusalem became a center of worship and governance, attracting pilgrims, merchants, and scholars from distant lands. The temple associated with his reign became one of the most sacred places in Jewish history. Even after later invasions destroyed it, generations continued remembering it as a symbol of devotion to God. However, history also teaches that no earthly civilization remains unchanged forever. Great kingdoms rise, flourish, weaken, and eventually decline. The descendants of those who had lived under Dawood and Sulayman were no exception. Internal disputes, political rivalries, and periods of spiritual neglect gradually weakened the unity that had once made the nation strong. The prophets who came after Sulayman repeatedly reminded the people that Allah's blessings are never unconditional. Every favor carries responsibility, and every generation must choose whether to remain faithful or drift away from divine guidance. The Quran emphasizes this universal principle in many places. Allah does not wrong people, rather, people wrong themselves through their own choices. Wealth without gratitude becomes a test. Power without justice becomes oppression. Knowledge without humility becomes arrogance. Sulayman's life demonstrated the correct use of all three, while later generations often struggled to preserve that balance. As centuries passed, powerful empires began dominating the ancient Near East. The Assyrians expanded their influence. Later came the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar, who conquered Jerusalem and destroyed the first temple, sending many of the children of Israel into exile. These events occurred long after Sulayman's lifetime, yet many historians viewed them as tragic reminders that political strength alone cannot protect a nation that abandons righteousness. The magnificent kingdom established by prophets eventually disappeared from history, but the lessons taught by those prophets remained. From an Islamic perspective, this pattern reflects one of the greatest themes found throughout the Quran. Allah grants opportunities to individuals and nations alike. Those who respond with gratitude and obedience receive His blessings, while persistent corruption eventually leads to decline. This lesson is repeated through the stories of Nuh, Hud, Salih, Lut, Shu'aib, Dawood, Sulaiman, and many other prophets. Their stories are connected not merely by chronology but by the timeless relationship between faith and civilization. One remarkable aspect of Sulayman's legacy is the respect he receives across multiple Abrahamic faiths. Few historical figures are honored simultaneously within Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Each tradition preserves different details, yet all recognize his extraordinary wisdom. Islam, however, gives him a unique status as both prophet and king, emphasizing that his miracles were gifts from Allah rather than signs of personal divinity or magical ability. This distinction protects his legacy from later myths that portrayed him as a master of occult powers. Throughout the medieval world, countless books appeared claiming to contain the hidden wisdom of Solomon. Some described magical seals, enchanted rings, mysterious spirits, and secret formulas supposedly connected to his name. These writings became influential in parts of Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. Yet Islamic scholars consistently warned believers not to confuse folklore with revelation. The Quran had already settled the matter by declaring that Sulayman did not practice magic. Any claim suggesting otherwise contradicts Allah's own testimony. This clarification carries an important lesson for every generation. People are often fascinated by mystery, supernatural stories, and hidden knowledge. Yet Allah directs believers towards something far greater than curiosity about the unseen. He calls them to worship, sincerity, justice, patience, and gratitude. Sulayman's true greatness did not lie in extraordinary phenomena but in the purity of his faith despite possessing powers unlike any other human ruler. His famous prayer remains one of the most inspiring supplications recorded in the Quran. Rather than asking simply for victory or wealth, he asked Allah to help him remain grateful. That request reflects profound wisdom. Receiving blessings is easy compared to remaining humble after receiving them. Many people can worship Allah during hardship, but prosperity often reveals the true condition of the heart. Sulayman understood that gratitude itself is one of Allah's greatest gifts. For this reason, Muslim scholars throughout history have encouraged believers to reflect deeply upon his supplication. It reminds every person that success should increase humility rather than pride. Knowledge should increase worship rather than arrogance. Leadership should increase responsibility rather than selfishness. These lessons remain just as relevant in the modern world as they were thousands of years ago. Today, the physical traces of Sulayman's kingdom remain the subject of ongoing historical and archaeological discussion. Researchers continue studying ancient Jerusalem, trade routes linking Arabia with the Levant, inscriptions, ruins, and historical records in hopes of better understanding the world in which he lived. Some discoveries shed light upon the broader historical setting, while many details remain uncertain. For believers, however, certainty rests not upon archaeological evidence alone but upon the revelation preserved in the Quran. History may continue uncovering fragments of the past, but Allah's words remain the ultimate guide for understanding the true significance of Sulayman's remarkable life. Thus, even thousands of years after his passing, Prophet Sulaiman AS continues to inspire scholars, historians, leaders, and believers around the world. His kingdom belongs to history, but his example belongs to every generation that seeks wisdom, justice, gratitude, and unwavering faith in the Lord of all creation. As the centuries continued to unfold, the influence of Prophet Sulaiman AS reached far beyond the borders of the ancient Middle East. His story became part of the cultural memory of countless civilizations. Jewish scholars preserved accounts of his wisdom in their sacred writings and later commentaries. Christian theologians reflected upon his reign as an example of both God's blessings and the dangers that accompany worldly success. Muslim scholars studied the Quranic account with great care, distinguishing authentic revelation from later folklore while emphasizing the spiritual lessons that Allah intended humanity to learn. One remarkable aspect of Sulaiman's legacy is that nearly every civilization admired his wisdom, even when they disagreed about other aspects of his life. Ancient historians described him as an exceptionally intelligent ruler. Medieval philosophers referred to him when discussing justice and governance. Writers used his name as a symbol of wise leadership. Artists painted scenes from his life. Poets celebrated his judgment and generosity. Across thousands of years, very few historical figures have inspired such widespread respect. Yet popularity alone does not guarantee accuracy. As stories passed from one generation to another, imagination often filled the gaps left by history. Legends multiplied. Some claimed Sulaiman possessed mystical books capable of controlling the universe. Others invented elaborate tales about enchanted rings, imprisoned demons, hidden treasures, or magical secrets buried beneath ancient ruins. These stories fascinated audiences for centuries, eventually influencing literature throughout Europe, Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. The Quran had already warned against such distortions. Allah declared clearly that Sulaiman did not commit disbelief. Instead, it was devils who spread false teachings about magic. This statement protects believers from confusing divine miracles with forbidden practices. Miracles are granted only by Allah to support His prophets. Magic, on the other hand, seeks power through deception and disobedience. The difference is absolute. Islamic scholars repeatedly emphasized this distinction. Whenever people attempted to connect sorcery with Sulaiman, scholars returned to the Quran itself. Whenever storytellers exaggerated miraculous events beyond authentic revelation, scholars reminded believers to separate confirmed truth from unsupported legend. This careful preservation of authenticity became one of the greatest strengths of Islamic scholarship. Rather than accepting every popular story, scholars examined chains of narration, compared reports with the Quran, and rejected claims that contradicted established revelation. For this reason, Muslims honor Sulaiman not as a mythical magician but as one of Allah's greatest prophets. His miracles were signs of prophethood. His wisdom was a gift from Allah. His kingdom was a trust. His success was a test. His gratitude was his greatest strength. This perspective transforms the entire meaning of his story. Modern readers often admire successful people because of their achievements. The Quran invites believers to admire Sulaiman because of his relationship with Allah. Countless kings accumulated wealth. Only a few remained humble. Many rulers conquered lands. Very few conquered their own pride. Sulaiman accomplished both. His example continues speaking to every generation. To judges, he teaches fairness before issuing decisions. To political leaders, he teaches consultation instead of arrogance. To military commanders, he teaches discipline guided by justice. To business leaders, he teaches that wealth is a responsibility rather than a measure of personal worth. To parents, he demonstrates the lasting influence of raising children upon faith, just as Dawood nurtured Sulaiman. To every believer, he teaches that gratitude is one of the highest forms of worship. Perhaps one of the most overlooked aspects of Sulaiman's life is his appreciation for every part of Allah's creation. He noticed an ant. He listened to a bird. He recognized wisdom wherever Allah placed it. He did not believe greatness belonged only to kings or scholars. Even the smallest creature became a source of reflection. This attitude reflects the Quranic worldview. Every creature is a sign. Every part of creation points toward its creator. Nothing exists without purpose. Modern science has revealed astonishing details about birds navigating thousands of miles during migration, ants communicating through complex chemical signals, and ecosystems functioning through extraordinary balance. While science explains many mechanisms, believers recognize something even deeper. Every discovery reveals another layer of the wisdom with which Allah created the universe. In this sense, Sulaiman's story remains remarkably relevant. He did not separate faith from observation. The natural world strengthened his belief. Its complexity increased his gratitude. Its order reminded him of the one who designed it. That perspective encourages believers to approach knowledge with humility rather than arrogance. The more humanity learns about creation, the greater its appreciation should become for the Creator. As history moves forward into the eras of later prophets, the rise and fall of empires, and eventually the coming of Prophet Muhammad, the legacy of Sulaiman remains firmly woven into the larger story of divine guidance. His life forms one link in the long chain of prophets stretching from Adam AS to Muhammad. Each prophet served the same essential mission. Call people to worship Allah alone. Establish justice. Guide humanity toward righteousness. Warn against arrogance and corruption. Give hope through mercy. Although each prophet lived in different times and circumstances, their message remained one. For that reason, Muslims believe in Sulaiman not as an isolated historical figure but as a beloved prophet whose life prepared humanity for the continuing revelation that would follow through later messengers. His remarkable kingdom eventually disappeared. His palace no longer stands. His armies completed their final march thousands of years ago. Yet every time the Quran is recited, every time a believer reflects upon his prayer for gratitude, every time someone remembers the ant, the hoopoe, or Queen Bilqis, the legacy of Prophet Sulaiman AS, lives on reminding the world that the greatest kingdom is not one built upon wealth or power, but one founded upon faith, justice, humility, and complete submission to Allah, the Lord of all the worlds. The influence of Prophet Sulaiman AS can also be seen in the teachings of the final prophet, Muhammad. Throughout his mission, the Messenger of Allah frequently reminded his companions that worldly power is temporary, while righteousness is eternal. Although he lived in circumstances very different from those of Sulaiman, he spoke about him with honor and respect, recognizing him as one of Allah's greatest prophets. Among the authentic narrations is an incident in which the Prophet Muhammad mentioned that a powerful jinn attempted to disturb him during prayer. By Allah's permission, he was given the ability to overpower it. He then said that he considered tying the jinn to one of the pillars of the mosque so that people could see it in the morning. However, he remembered the supplication of his brother Sulaiman, who had asked Allah for a kingdom that would not belong to anyone after him. Out of respect for that unique favor Allah had granted Sulaiman, the Prophet released the jinn instead. This authentic narration beautifully illustrates the special status of Sulaiman's kingdom. Even the seal of the prophets honored the uniqueness of the miracle that Allah had bestowed upon him. This narration also carries a profound lesson. Prophets never competed with one another. They honored one another. Each recognized the special blessings Allah had granted to the others. Their mission was one. Their Lord was one. Their message was one. Only the circumstances of their people differed. This unity among the prophets forms one of the foundations of Islamic belief. Muslims are commanded to believe in all of Allah's prophets without rejecting any of them. Sulaiman therefore occupies a place of honor alongside Adam, Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Dawood, Isa, Muhammad, and all the other messengers whom Allah sent throughout history. Another remarkable lesson from Sulaiman's story concerns leadership itself. Throughout history, humanity has often admired leaders because they conquered territory or accumulated wealth. The Quran proposes a completely different standard. A leader should first conquer his own desires. He should govern his own heart before governing others. He should seek Allah's pleasure before seeking public praise. Sulaiman achieved this balance throughout his reign. His authority never became an excuse for injustice. His wealth never prevented generosity. His knowledge never produced arrogance. His miracles never caused him to forget that he remained a servant of Allah. This balance is perhaps more relevant today than ever before. Modern societies possess technologies that ancient civilizations could scarcely imagine. People travel farther, communicate faster, and build larger cities than previous generations. Yet many of the challenges facing humanity remain exactly the same. Greed still corrupts. Pride still destroys relationships. Injustice still harms societies. Power still tempts leaders. The story of Sulaiman reminds every generation that technological advancement alone cannot produce justice. Economic prosperity alone cannot produce peace. Political strength alone cannot produce lasting success. Only moral character guided by divine revelation can accomplish those goals. One cannot help but notice how often Sulaiman responded to success by remembering Allah. When he understood the speech of the ant, he praised Allah. When miracles occurred before his eyes, he praised Allah. When Queen Bilqis accepted Islam, he praised Allah. When the throne appeared before him in the blink of an eye, he praised Allah. At every stage of his remarkable life, gratitude remained stronger than excitement. This pattern teaches believers an important habit. Success should lead immediately to remembrance of Allah. Many people remember Allah intensely during hardship. Sulaiman teaches believers to remember him just as sincerely during prosperity. His famous prayer remains one of the greatest examples of this attitude. My Lord, enable me to be grateful for your favor which you have bestowed upon me and upon my parents, and to do righteousness that pleases you, and admit me by your mercy among your righteous servants. Notice the final words. He did not rely upon his kingdom. He did not rely upon his miracles. He did not rely upon his status as a prophet. He hoped for Allah's mercy. Every righteous servant understands this reality. No matter how many good deeds a person performs, entrance into paradise ultimately depends upon Allah's mercy. That humility distinguished Sulaiman from the arrogant rulers remembered elsewhere in history. His life also demonstrates the importance of using knowledge responsibly. Allah granted him understanding beyond ordinary human ability. Yet he never used that knowledge to exploit others. Instead, he used it to establish justice, solve disputes, guide nations, and strengthen faith. Knowledge without ethics becomes dangerous. Knowledge combined with righteousness becomes a blessing for humanity. For this reason, generations of Muslim scholars have encouraged rulers, judges, teachers, and students alike to reflect upon Sulaiman's character. His wisdom was never separated from worship. His intelligence was never separated from humility. His authority was never separated from accountability before Allah. These qualities transformed an extraordinary king into one of history's greatest prophets. As believers continue reading his story until the end of time, they discover that the greatest miracle was not merely controlling the wind or commanding the jinn. The greatest miracle was preserving a heart completely devoted to Allah while holding more worldly power than almost any human being who ever lived. That is the legacy of Prophet Sulaiman AS, a legacy that continues inspiring every sincere seeker of truth, reminding humanity that true greatness begins with faith, grows through gratitude, shines through justice, and reaches perfection only in complete submission to the Lord of the heavens and the earth. With the passing of centuries, the story of Prophet Sulaiman AS became more than a chapter in history. It became a timeless measure by which leaders, scholars, and ordinary believers could examine themselves. Whenever people spoke about wisdom, they remembered Sulaiman. Whenever justice was discussed, his judgments were recalled. Whenever gratitude was mentioned, his supplications echoed through the hearts of believers. His life became a mirror, asking every generation the same question: if Allah were to bless you with power, wealth, knowledge, or influence, would those blessings bring you closer to Him or farther away? The Quran never presents Sulaiman's miracles merely to amaze its readers. Every miracle carries a purpose. The wind reminds humanity that every force in the universe remains under Allah's command. The birds remind humanity that all creation glorifies its Creator. The ant reminds humanity that no creature is too small to deserve mercy. The jinn remind humanity that even unseen beings remain servants of Allah. Queen Bilqis reminds humanity that sincere people accept the truth when clear evidence reaches them. Sulaiman's death reminds humanity that every living soul, no matter how powerful, eventually returns to its Lord. Taken together, these miracles form one complete lesson. Everything belongs to Allah. Nothing belongs permanently to mankind. This understanding completely transforms the way believers view success. The modern world often measures success through wealth, popularity, political influence, or material achievement. The Quran measures success differently. Success is remaining faithful regardless of one's circumstances. A poor believer who remains grateful is successful. A wealthy believer who remains humble is successful. A leader who establishes justice is successful. A scholar who teaches sincerely is successful. Every person's test differs, but the standard remains the same: obedience to Allah. Sulaiman's life demonstrates this principle more clearly than perhaps any other prophet after Dawood. He experienced extraordinary prosperity without allowing prosperity to own his heart. His palace remained magnificent, but his soul remained attached to Allah. His throne stood high above the earth, yet his forehead continued touching the ground in prostration. That image alone summarizes the secret of his greatness. The higher Allah elevated his worldly status, the lower Sulaiman humbled himself before his Creator. Islamic scholars often point to this balance when explaining leadership. True authority is not measured by how many people obey a ruler. It is measured by how faithfully that ruler obeys Allah. Sulaiman commanded armies of humans, birds, and jinn. Yet he considered himself first and foremost a servant. This is why the Quran praises him not simply as a king but as an excellent servant who constantly turned back to Allah. That description is greater than any royal title. Kings are remembered only while their kingdoms survive. The title of righteous servant remains an honor forever. Another remarkable lesson emerges from Sulaiman's relationship with knowledge. Allah granted him understanding that surpassed ordinary human ability. Yet every time he received new knowledge, his gratitude increased rather than his pride. Modern civilization has accumulated astonishing scientific knowledge. Human beings explore space, study microscopic life, and communicate instantly across the globe. These achievements are remarkable. But Sulaiman's story reminds humanity that knowledge should produce humility. The more people understand creation, the more they should appreciate the Creator. Knowledge that leads to arrogance has missed its greatest purpose. Knowledge that leads to gratitude fulfills its highest calling. Perhaps this explains why the Quran preserves Sulaiman's prayer instead of preserving detailed descriptions of his treasures. Gold eventually disappears. Palaces collapse. Empires fade. But a sincere prayer continues, guiding hearts thousands of years later. Believers around the world still ask Allah to make them grateful because they learned that supplication from Sulaiman. His words outlived his kingdom. That itself is one of the greatest miracles of history. There is also a powerful warning hidden within his story. Allah can grant unimaginable blessings. But those blessings remain tests. Some people imagine that trials exist only during poverty, illness, or hardship. The Quran teaches something deeper. Prosperity itself may become an even greater examination. Will wealth create generosity or greed? Will authority produce justice or oppression? Will knowledge create humility or arrogance? Sulaiman answered these questions correctly throughout his life. For that reason, Allah preserved his story as an example for every future generation. As long as human beings continue seeking wisdom, Sulaiman's life will remain relevant. As long as leaders search for justice, his example will continue inspiring them. As long as believers struggle to balance worldly success with spiritual devotion, his story will provide guidance. That is why the Quran repeatedly invites people not merely to read history but to reflect upon it. The stories of the prophets are not distant legends disconnected from modern life. They are living lessons. Every generation faces different circumstances, but the human heart remains the same. It still struggles with pride. It still longs for success. It still fears loss. It still needs guidance. Sulaiman's life speaks directly to those universal experiences. His journey proves that a person may possess everything this world can offer and still recognize that the greatest treasure is faith. His life proves that real wisdom begins with the fear of Allah. His reign proves that justice creates stronger kingdoms than tyranny ever can. His death proves that no earthly achievement accompanies a person into the grave except faith and righteous deeds. And perhaps that is the greatest lesson of all. When history remembers Prophet Sulaiman AS, it remembers far more than a magnificent king. It remembers a grateful servant. A compassionate leader. A wise judge. A truthful prophet. A humble worshipper. A man whose heart never belonged to his throne because it always belonged to Allah. That is why, thousands of years after his earthly kingdom disappeared, the light of his example continues shining wherever the words of the Quran are recited, reminding humanity that every blessing reaches its perfection only when it leads its owner back to the Lord of all the worlds. As humanity moved farther away from the age of the prophets, the world itself changed dramatically. Great empires that had once seemed invincible vanished from history. The Assyrian Empire fell. The Babylonian Empire rose and then disappeared. The Persian Empire expanded across continents before giving way to new powers. Alexander the Great swept across much of the known world, followed by the Greeks and later the Romans. One civilization after another claimed greatness, believing its influence would last forever. Yet every one of those empires shared the same fate. Their kings died. Their armies scattered. Their palaces became ruins. Their wealth changed hands. Their monuments slowly surrendered to time. Only their stories remained. The story of Sulaiman AS, however, endured for a different reason. People did not preserve his memory simply because he ruled a powerful kingdom. They remembered him because he demonstrated what happens when immense power is guided by revelation instead of human desire. Throughout history, philosophers have debated the qualities of the ideal ruler. Some argued that military strength creates stability. Others believed economic prosperity forms the foundation of successful governments. Still others emphasized education, justice, or diplomacy. The Quran presents Sulaiman as a ruler who combined all of these qualities while remaining completely devoted to Allah. His strength never became oppression. His wealth never became greed. His wisdom never became arrogance. His diplomacy never required compromising the truth. His authority never caused him to forget his dependence upon his Creator. This remarkable balance explains why his life continues inspiring believers more than 3,000 years after his earthly reign. One particularly striking feature of Sulaiman's story is his relationship with creation itself. The Quran repeatedly reminds readers that he recognized signs of Allah everywhere. He listened to birds. He noticed ants. He appreciated the wind. He understood that every creature belonged to Allah. This worldview encourages believers to look at nature differently. The heavens are not merely collections of stars. The earth is not merely a source of resources. Animals are not merely tools for human benefit. Everything in creation points toward the wisdom, power, and mercy of its creator. Modern science continues revealing astonishing complexity within the natural world. Birds navigate across continents with extraordinary precision. Ant colonies function through intricate systems of communication and cooperation. Wind shapes climates, carries rain, disperses seeds, and sustains countless ecosystems. Every new discovery increases appreciation for the order Allah established throughout creation. In this sense, Sulaiman's story feels remarkably timeless. His curiosity about creation reflected gratitude rather than exploitation. He observed the natural world with humility. That same attitude remains essential today. Another lesson emerges from his famous meeting with Queen Bilqis. Neither pride nor prejudice prevented her from accepting the truth. Although she ruled one of the wealthiest kingdoms in Arabia, she willingly admitted her mistake once clear evidence appeared. History remembers many rulers who chose pride over truth. Bilqis chose truth over pride. That decision elevated her far above countless kings who refused to change despite overwhelming evidence. Islamic scholars often point to her example when discussing sincere guidance. A person's past does not determine his or her future. What matters most is the willingness to accept truth when Allah makes it clear. This principle applies to every generation. People come from different cultures, different traditions, different backgrounds. Yet Allah judges hearts according to sincerity and faith. The meeting between Sulaiman and Bilqis therefore remains one of history's greatest examples of peaceful guidance. No battle decided the outcome. Evidence did. Wisdom did. Patience did. Allah's signs did. The life of Sulaiman also reminds believers that miracles alone do not guarantee faith. Many people witnessed astonishing signs throughout history yet still rejected guidance. Others embraced the truth after seeing far less. Ultimately, faith is a gift from Allah granted to sincere hearts seeking guidance. Miracles strengthen believers, but they cannot force belief upon those who deliberately turn away. As Muslims reflect upon Sulaiman's story today, they are reminded that every blessing carries responsibility. Knowledge demands humility. Leadership demands justice. Wealth demands generosity. Strength demands mercy. Influence demands accountability. The greater the blessing, the greater the trust. Perhaps this explains why Sulaiman's most famous recorded prayer does not ask for greater luxury. Instead, he asks Allah to help him remain grateful. He understood something many people overlook. Gratitude protects blessings. Arrogance destroys them. This truth applies just as much today as it did during his reign. Families remain united through gratitude. Communities flourish through gratitude. Nations become stronger through gratitude. Individuals find peace through gratitude. When gratitude disappears, blessings often lose their true value no matter how abundant they appear. As the centuries continue passing until the day of judgment, believers will keep returning to the story of Prophet Sulaiman AS. Children will marvel at the ant and the hoopoe. Students will study his wisdom. Leaders will reflect upon his justice. Scholars will explain his miracles. Believers will repeat his supplications. And every sincere reader of the Quran will discover the same timeless message hidden within every chapter of his remarkable life. True greatness is never measured by the size of a kingdom. It is measured by the sincerity of a servant before Allah. That was the secret of Sulaiman's success. That was the foundation of his kingdom. And that remains the path to lasting success for every human being until the end of time. As believers continue reflecting upon the life of Prophet Sulaiman AS, one reality becomes impossible to ignore. Every stage of his journey was carefully planned by Allah to teach humanity lessons that extend far beyond one nation or one period of history. His life was never meant to remain only an account of ancient events. It was revealed as guidance for every generation that would come after him. When Sulaiman was a young man, Allah taught humanity that wisdom is not measured by age alone. The judgment he offered in the dispute over the destroyed field demonstrated that true understanding is a gift from Allah. Throughout history, young people have often been underestimated because of their age, while older people have sometimes been respected despite lacking wisdom. Sulaiman's story teaches that knowledge, sincerity, and justice are greater qualifications than age, wealth, or social status. When Allah taught him the language of birds, humanity learned that creation is far more complex than human beings usually imagine. Every creature lives according to the system established by its creator. Birds communicate. Ants organize societies. Every living thing fulfills a purpose known perfectly by Allah. Human beings occupy a special position on earth, but they are not its only inhabitants. The universe is filled with signs pointing toward the greatness of the one who created everything. When Sulaiman smiled at the words of the ant, another lesson appeared. Great leaders notice the smallest among those they lead. Many rulers focus only upon powerful people. They pay attention to wealthy merchants, influential politicians, military commanders, noble families. Sulaiman paused an entire royal procession because of tiny insects. That moment teaches that justice reaches even those who possess no worldly power. No creature is insignificant before Allah. When the hoopoe disappeared, Sulaiman demonstrated another timeless principle. Responsible leaders investigate before judging. He did not immediately assume guilt. He searched for evidence. He listened to the explanation. Only then did he evaluate the situation. Modern systems of justice continue reflecting this principle. Fair judgment requires evidence rather than suspicion. The story of Queen Bilqis teaches yet another lesson. Truth should never be rejected because it comes from someone unexpected. Bilqis ruled a wealthy and sophisticated civilization. Yet she willingly accepted guidance from a foreign prophet after recognizing the evidence before her. Her humility became one of her greatest strengths. Pride prevents learning. Humility opens the door to wisdom. Perhaps the greatest lesson of all appears in Sulaiman's relationship with gratitude. Every major event in his life brought him back to Allah. When blessings increased, his worship increased. When miracles appeared, his gratitude increased. When responsibilities became heavier, his dependence upon Allah increased. This pattern offers a powerful reminder for every believer. Success should strengthen faith rather than weaken it. Unfortunately, history often reveals the opposite. Many people remember Allah intensely during hardship. Then, when success finally arrives, worship gradually decreases. Gratitude fades. Self-confidence replaces reliance upon Allah. Sulaiman refused to let that happen. He understood that prosperity itself can become one of life's greatest tests. Another important lesson concerns knowledge of the unseen. Many societies throughout history have been fascinated by fortune-tellers, astrologers, psychics, and individuals claiming supernatural insight into hidden realities. The Quran uses Sulaiman's death to dismantle these misconceptions completely. If even the jinn failed to recognize that the prophet standing before them had already died, then no created being possesses independent knowledge of the unseen. Only Allah knows everything hidden within the heavens and the earth. This belief protects Muslims from deception. Rather than chasing false promises about secret knowledge, believers place their trust in Allah alone. The life of Sulaiman also demonstrates the proper relationship between worldly achievement and spiritual success. Islam does not teach that wealth itself is evil. It does not teach that leadership should be avoided. It does not condemn knowledge, technology, or prosperity. Instead, Islam teaches that every blessing must remain connected to worship. Sulaiman possessed extraordinary wealth without becoming materialistic. He possessed immense authority without becoming oppressive. He possessed miraculous abilities without becoming arrogant. His example proves that success and faith can exist together when the heart remains sincere. Throughout the centuries, Muslim scholars have often described Sulaiman as one of history's greatest examples of balanced leadership. He was strong without cruelty, generous without wastefulness, wise without pride, patient without weakness, powerful without tyranny. His life disproves the false belief that moral character prevents effective leadership. On the contrary, righteousness strengthened every aspect of his kingdom. His justice created stability. His honesty created trust. His gratitude attracted Allah's blessings. His humility protected him from the corruption that has destroyed countless rulers throughout history. Even today, world leaders, judges, educators, parents, business owners, and community leaders can all find guidance within Sulaiman's example. Every position of responsibility represents a trust. Every decision affects other people. Every blessing carries accountability. The greater the influence a person possesses, the greater the responsibility before Allah. For this reason, the Quran preserves Sulaiman's story not merely for admiration but for reflection. Readers are invited to ask themselves difficult questions. If Allah granted me greater wealth, would I become more grateful? If He granted me authority, would I remain just? If He increased my knowledge, would I become more humble? If He blessed me with success, would I remember Him more or less? These questions transform history into personal guidance. That is the remarkable beauty of the Quran. Its stories never remain trapped in the past. They continue speaking directly to every generation, reminding humanity that while kingdoms rise and fall, the path leading to Allah never changes. And among all the rulers who have walked upon this earth, Prophet Sulaiman AS remains one of the clearest examples that the greatest victory a human being can ever achieve is not conquering nations, but conquering one's own ego through faith, gratitude, justice, patience, and complete submission to the Lord of all creation. With every passing century, the world continued to change, but the message carried by Prophet Sulaiman AS never lost its relevance. His kingdom belonged to a specific place and time, yet the principles upon which it was built remain universal. That is why the Quran does not ask believers merely to admire Sulaiman, it asks them to reflect upon the wisdom behind his life. Imagine standing in the middle of Sulaiman's kingdom during its greatest days. You would see merchants arriving from distant lands carrying spices from Arabia, precious metals from Africa, fine fabrics from neighboring kingdoms, and rare goods from regions far beyond the horizon. Roads would be filled with travelers speaking different languages. Markets would overflow with products that represented the prosperity of an empire blessed by Allah. Yet despite all this activity, something would distinguish Sulaiman's kingdom from many others. Justice. A poor farmer seeking fairness could stand before the same ruler who received foreign ambassadors. A traveler could expect safety while crossing the kingdom. Merchants conducted business knowing that contracts would be honored. Families lived with confidence that their rights would be protected. This atmosphere of trust became one of the greatest sources of the kingdom's strength. History repeatedly confirms this principle. Civilizations become truly prosperous not simply because they possess natural resources or military power, but because justice allows ordinary people to live without constant fear. The Quran presents Sulaiman's reign as an example of this balance. Material prosperity existed. Military strength existed. Political influence existed. But they all rested upon a deeper foundation: obedience to Allah. Without that foundation, none of the other achievements could have endured. One of the most remarkable qualities of Sulaiman was his willingness to acknowledge that every success belonged to Allah. Modern society often celebrates individuals as entirely self-made. People speak proudly about building fortunes, creating companies, or achieving influence through their own determination. Islam certainly encourages hard work and excellence. However, Sulaiman's story reminds believers that every opportunity ultimately comes from Allah. The intelligence to solve problems. The health to work. The resources to build. The people who provide support. Even the time itself. Every blessing originates with the Creator. Recognizing this truth transforms success into worship. Instead of producing arrogance, achievement produces gratitude. Instead of claiming personal greatness, believers praise Allah. This perspective protected Sulaiman throughout his extraordinary life. Another powerful lesson appears in the way he treated those beneath his authority. Many rulers throughout history demanded absolute obedience while showing little concern for those under their command. Sulaiman demonstrated the opposite. He listened. He investigated. He showed mercy. Even when the hoopoe was absent from its assigned duty, Sulaiman did not punish it immediately. He first asked whether there might be a valid explanation. Justice requires patience. Assumptions destroy fairness. This principle remains essential in every generation. Whether judging within families, workplaces, courts, or governments, people must hear evidence before reaching conclusions. The Quran quietly teaches this lesson through Sulaiman's example rather than through lengthy philosophical discussion. His encounter with Queen Bilqis also carries enduring significance. She represented a civilization different from his own. Different culture. Different traditions. Different beliefs. Yet Sulaiman invited her respectfully toward the truth. He did not insult her people. He did not mock her intelligence. He presented evidence. He allowed her to observe. He gave her the opportunity to choose. When she embraced faith, she did so sincerely. This episode demonstrates the importance of wisdom in inviting others toward Allah. Force may control actions. Only truth can change hearts. For Muslims living in every age, this remains one of the greatest principles of dawah. The purpose is not to defeat people in arguments. The purpose is to guide hearts toward the worship of Allah. Sulaiman accomplished exactly that. His greatest diplomatic victory was not political. It was spiritual. One nation abandoned idol worship and recognized the Lord of all the worlds. The lessons continue even in the account of Sulaiman's passing. Many people spend their lives believing that worldly position defines personal worth. Kings appear powerful. Executives seem influential. Celebrities receive admiration. History teaches otherwise. Death treats every human being equally. The prophet king who commanded winds and jinn eventually stood before Allah exactly as every servant will. His wealth remained behind. His throne remained behind. His buildings remained behind. Only his faith and righteous deeds accompanied him. This reality should reshape every believer's priorities. The world is temporary. The hereafter is eternal. Success in this life matters only when it contributes to success in the next. Perhaps that explains why Allah preserved Sulaiman's supplications instead of listing every treasure within his palace. The prayers benefit believers forever. The treasures belonged only to one generation. Words spoken sincerely to Allah outlive kingdoms. That truth remains as powerful today as it was thousands of years ago. Wherever believers raise their hands asking Allah to make them grateful, the legacy of Sulaiman lives on. Wherever leaders choose justice over corruption, his example lives on. Wherever people recognize that every blessing is a trust rather than an entitlement, his example lives on. And wherever someone opens the Quran and reflects upon the extraordinary prophet who smiled at an ant, listened to a bird, guided a queen to faith, ruled with unmatched wisdom, and remained a grateful servant until his final breath, the story of Prophet Sulaiman AS, continues fulfilling the purpose for which Allah revealed it to guide hearts toward faith, inspire lives of justice and humility, and remind every generation that the greatest kingdom any human being can ever seek is the kingdom of Allah's pleasure and eternal paradise. The story of Prophet Sulaiman AS also serves as a bridge between the generations of prophets who came before him and those who came after. He inherited not only the kingdom of his father, Prophet Dawood AS, but also the responsibility of preserving the message of Tawhid, the worship of Allah alone. That responsibility did not end with his death. It continued through the prophets who followed among the children of Israel, each of whom reminded their people of the same eternal truth: worldly kingdoms rise and fall, but Allah's kingdom never ends. One of the greatest misconceptions in human history is that civilization alone guarantees righteousness. Sulaiman's kingdom was among the most advanced societies of its age. It possessed organized government, international diplomacy, remarkable engineering, prosperous trade, disciplined armies, and widespread recognition. Yet the Quran never suggests that these achievements alone made the nation successful. Its true success came from faith. Without faith, wealth becomes greed. Without faith, knowledge becomes arrogance. Without faith, justice becomes selective. Without faith, power becomes oppression. Sulaiman's reign teaches that civilization reaches its highest form only when it is guided by divine principles. This lesson has echoed throughout history. Many mighty civilizations collapsed despite enormous wealth because corruption spread within them. Others possessed advanced technology but lost their moral foundation. History repeatedly demonstrates that material strength without ethical guidance cannot preserve a nation forever. The Quran presents Sulaiman's kingdom as proof that faith and progress are not enemies. A believer should strive for excellence. He should seek knowledge. He should improve society. He should build, discover, innovate, and serve humanity. But every achievement should begin with the remembrance of Allah and end with gratitude to Him. Another profound lesson from Sulaiman's life concerns the relationship between justice and peace. Many rulers attempt to establish peace through fear. Sulaiman established peace through justice. People obeyed his authority because they trusted his fairness. Foreign rulers respected him because they recognized his wisdom. Even those who initially opposed him, like Queen Bilqis, eventually acknowledged the truth not because they were crushed by military force but because they encountered overwhelming evidence and righteous leadership. This principle remains timeless. Justice creates lasting peace. Oppression creates temporary silence. History has proven this lesson countless times. Every tyrant eventually loses his throne. Every unjust empire eventually weakens. Every arrogant ruler eventually faces the reality that no earthly authority can resist Allah's decree. Sulaiman understood this better than anyone. That is why he never allowed his miraculous kingdom to distract him from worship. The Quran repeatedly portrays him turning back to Allah. His prayers reveal a heart that remained dependent upon its Creator despite possessing unimaginable worldly blessings. Modern readers sometimes imagine that spiritual devotion belongs only to those who withdraw from society. Sulaiman demonstrates the opposite. He governed a nation, led armies, managed diplomacy, oversaw construction, settled disputes, welcomed foreign delegations, and still found time to worship Allah with sincerity. His life proves that serving Allah does not require abandoning responsibility. Rather, responsibility itself becomes an act of worship when carried out with sincerity and justice. This balance explains why Muslim scholars often present Sulaiman as one of Islam's greatest examples of leadership. He united spirituality with practical governance. He united worship with administration. He united compassion with strength. He united wisdom with decisive action. Very few individuals in history have combined all of these qualities so completely. Even today, people searching for models of ethical leadership continue finding inspiration in his story. Judges admire his fairness. Teachers admire his wisdom. Parents admire the legacy passed from Dawood to Sulaiman. Leaders admire his humility despite extraordinary authority. Believers admire his gratitude. Every reader discovers different lessons according to the challenges of his own life. This is one reason why Allah preserved the stories of the prophets within the Quran. Their lives remain living guidance rather than forgotten history. Every generation encounters new circumstances, but the human heart continues facing the same struggles. Temptation. Pride. Fear. Hope. Responsibility. Success. Failure. The prophets demonstrate how faith transforms each of these experiences. Sulaiman's story also reminds believers that miracles themselves are not the ultimate goal. Miracles point toward Allah. They strengthen faith. They establish the truthfulness of prophethood. But once their purpose has been fulfilled, what remains is obedience. A person who never witnesses a miracle can still become one of Allah's beloved servants through sincerity, prayer, honesty, patience, and gratitude. In that sense, the greatest miracle available to every believer is the transformation of the human heart through faith. When arrogance becomes humility. When greed becomes generosity. When anger becomes patience. When selfishness becomes service. That transformation is more valuable than any worldly kingdom. Perhaps that is the deepest message hidden within the life of Prophet Sulaiman AS. He possessed almost everything a human being could desire in this world. Yet his greatest concern remained his relationship with Allah. He asked for forgiveness. He asked for gratitude. He asked to perform righteous deeds. He hoped for Allah's mercy. These prayers reveal the true measure of greatness. Not what a person owns, but what fills his heart. Not how many people obey him, but how faithfully he obeys Allah. That is why the name of Prophet Sulaiman continues inspiring millions across the world today. Long after the stones of ancient kingdoms have crumbled into dust, long after the palaces have disappeared and the empires have become chapters in history books, the faith, humility, wisdom, justice, and gratitude of Allah's noble prophet remain alive in the hearts of believers, calling every generation toward the same eternal truth, that all power belongs to Allah alone, and that the greatest success any human being can ever achieve is to meet their Lord as a grateful and righteous servant. Long after the age of Prophet Sulaiman AS, historians, theologians, and archaeologists continued searching for traces of the remarkable civilization associated with his reign. Ancient Jerusalem remained one of the world's most important cities, standing at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe. Because of its strategic location and profound religious significance, the city experienced countless wars, reconstructions, and periods of prosperity. Each generation inherited memories of Sulaiman's kingdom, even as the physical landscape changed dramatically over time. Modern archaeology has uncovered impressive remains from the broader Iron Age Levant, including fortifications, administrative centers, water systems, and evidence of extensive trade networks. Scholars continue debating which discoveries may be connected to the era traditionally associated with Dawood AS and Sulaiman AS. These discussions involve archaeology, ancient inscriptions, radiocarbon dating, and comparisons with biblical and Near Eastern records. While experts often disagree about specific interpretations, the Quran does not depend on archaeology for its truth. For Muslims, the Quran is the primary and most reliable source regarding the life of Prophet Sulaiman. One of the most fascinating aspects of Sulaiman's legacy is how widely his story spread across civilizations. Jewish tradition remembers him as Solomon, the wise king who built the first temple. Christian tradition also honors him as a ruler renowned for wisdom, whose life is recorded in the Old Testament. Islamic tradition elevates him even further by recognizing him as one of Allah's noble prophets, chosen to guide humanity and blessed with miracles that no ordinary king ever possessed. Over the centuries, however, countless legends attached themselves to his name. Medieval storytellers wrote about magical rings, hidden books, enchanted treasures, and supernatural secrets supposedly left behind by Solomon. These stories appeared in folklore, literature, and popular tales throughout Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. While many of these stories became culturally influential, Muslim scholars consistently distinguished them from authentic revelation. The Quran itself rejects the accusation that Sulaiman practiced magic and instead affirms that his miracles came solely through Allah's permission. This distinction remains critically important. Islam teaches believers to avoid superstition and to rely upon authentic revelation rather than myths or occult traditions. The greatness of Sulaiman lies not in imaginary magical powers but in his unwavering faith, his justice, his gratitude, and his complete submission to Allah. For that reason, every generation that reads the Quran encounters Sulaiman not merely as a legendary king, but as a living example of what human leadership looks like when guided by divine revelation. His story continues reminding rulers that authority is a trust, scholars that knowledge is a responsibility, wealthy people that prosperity is a test, and every believer that gratitude is one of the greatest forms of worship. Even today, more than 3,000 years after his lifetime, Prophet Sulaiman AS remains one of the most recognized figures in human history. His kingdom belongs to the past, but his lessons belong to the present and the future. As long as people continue seeking wisdom, justice, humility, and faith, the life of Allah's noble prophet will remain a timeless source of guidance, inspiring hearts across every nation and every generation until the last day. Although the earthly story of Prophet Sulaiman AS has ended, let us continue the historical journey by following the events that unfolded immediately after his death. This is no longer the biography of Sulaiman himself, but the story of what became of the kingdom he left behind, a chapter that shaped the future of the children of Israel for centuries to come. When Prophet Sulaiman AS passed away, the throne of the United Kingdom was inherited by his son, traditionally identified in Jewish and Christian historical sources as Rehoboam. The Quran does not mention him by name, so the details that follow come primarily from the Tanakh, the Bible, and ancient historical traditions rather than from the Quran itself. These sources describe a kingdom that appeared strong on the surface but had begun to experience growing tensions beneath its prosperity. During the reigns of Dawood AS and Sulaiman AS, the 12 tribes of the children of Israel had remained united under one monarchy. Together they had defeated enemies, expanded trade, strengthened their cities, and established Jerusalem as their political and religious center. Yet beneath this unity, differences between the northern and southern tribes had gradually grown. Heavy state projects, taxation, and regional rivalries created dissatisfaction among some parts of the population. As long as Sulaiman lived, his wisdom and authority held the kingdom together. After his death, those hidden divisions quickly emerged. According to the biblical account, representatives of the tribes approached the new king with a simple request. They asked him to reduce the burdens that had been placed upon the people during the previous reign and promised that, if he ruled with compassion and fairness, they would remain loyal to him. The young king first consulted the elderly advisors who had served his father. They recommended humility. They urged him to answer the people kindly, explaining that a ruler who serves his people earns lifelong loyalty. However, the new king rejected the advice of the experienced elders. Instead, he listened to younger companions who encouraged him to demonstrate strength through harshness. Rather than easing the people's burdens, he reportedly declared that he would make them even heavier. This decision became one of the most significant political mistakes in the history of ancient Israel. The response was immediate. The northern tribes refused to recognize his authority. They proclaimed their own ruler and separated from the house of Dawood. What had once been a single united kingdom under Dawood AS and Sulaiman AS was now divided into two rival states. The southern kingdom, known as Judah, continued to be ruled by the descendants of Dawood and retained Jerusalem as its capital. The northern kingdom, called Israel, established its own political centers and followed a different path. This division permanently altered the history of the region. The united monarchy that had reached its greatest glory under Prophet Sulaiman AS never existed again. From that moment onward, the two kingdoms often pursued different political alliances, faced different enemies, and experienced separate religious challenges. Internal conflicts weakened their collective strength, making both kingdoms increasingly vulnerable to powerful neighboring empires. For historians, this moment represents a turning point. A nation that had once stood united under prophetic leadership became fragmented under ordinary political leadership. The contrast is striking. During the reigns of Dawood and Sulaiman, leadership was guided by revelation from Allah. After the era of the prophets, human ambition, tribal rivalry, and political misjudgment began playing a far greater role in shaping events. This transition offers an important historical lesson. Strong institutions and prosperous economies cannot permanently preserve unity if wisdom, justice, and humility disappear from leadership. The kingdom inherited from Sulaiman possessed wealth, cities, armies, and international prestige, yet a single generation of poor leadership was enough to fracture what decades of righteous rule had built. As the decades passed, the consequences of that division became increasingly severe. Foreign powers watched closely. Egypt sought influence. Aram challenged its neighbors. Assyria steadily expanded westward. The once united descendants of the children of Israel found themselves facing external threats while divided among themselves. The age of the great united kingdom had come to an end, and a new, more turbulent chapter of history had begun, one that would eventually bring conquest, exile, and the rise of new prophets calling the people back to the worship of Allah alone. The division of the kingdom marked the beginning of a long period of political instability. What had once been a single nation under Prophet Dawood AS and Prophet Sulaiman AS now existed as two competing kingdoms. Although they shared common ancestors, language, and many religious traditions, their political ambitions increasingly pulled them apart. Instead of presenting a united front against external dangers, they often found themselves divided by internal rivalries. The northern kingdom of Israel eventually established its capital at Samaria after several changes in leadership. The southern kingdom of Judah continued to rule from Jerusalem, where the temple associated with the reign of Prophet Sulaiman AS remained the religious heart of the nation. While both kingdoms traced their heritage back to the children of Israel, their histories began to unfold along different paths. According to the historical accounts preserved in the Tanakh and other ancient records, the northern kingdom experienced frequent political upheaval. Kings rose to power through revolts, assassinations, and military coups. Dynasties were established only to be overthrown a generation later. This instability weakened the kingdom from within and made it increasingly vulnerable to foreign influence. The prophets sent by Allah repeatedly warned the people that abandoning righteousness would eventually bring disastrous consequences. The southern kingdom of Judah generally enjoyed greater political continuity because it remained under the descendants of Prophet Dawood AS. Even so, its rulers were not all alike. Some sought to preserve the worship of Allah and uphold justice, while others allowed corruption, injustice, and practices contrary to divine guidance to spread among the people. As a result, later prophets continued to arise, calling the nation back to the path of Tawhid and reminding them of the covenant their forefathers had received. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes that Allah did not abandon the children of Israel after Sulaiman's death. Instead, He continued sending prophets to guide them whenever they strayed from the truth. This reflects Allah's mercy. Rather than leaving people without direction, He raised messengers who reminded them of revelation, warned them against oppression, and invited them once again to sincere worship. Meanwhile, powerful empires beyond the borders of Israel and Judah continued growing stronger. To the northeast, the Assyrian Empire expanded with remarkable speed. Its armies became known throughout the ancient world for their discipline, military organization, and relentless campaigns of conquest. Kingdom after kingdom fell before Assyria's advance. Small nations realized that survival would require wisdom, unity, and strong leadership. Unfortunately, the divided kingdoms of Israel and Judah faced these growing dangers while weakened by internal problems. Political disputes often consumed the attention of their rulers when they should have been preparing for the challenges ahead. History repeatedly demonstrates that nations divided against themselves become easier targets for powerful enemies. Eventually, the Assyrian Empire launched campaigns into the region. In the 8th century BCE, the northern kingdom of Israel was conquered. Its capital, Samaria, fell after a prolonged siege, and many of its inhabitants were taken into exile. This event became one of the defining moments in the history of the children of Israel. The northern kingdom effectively disappeared as an independent state, and its people were scattered across different parts of the Assyrian Empire. The southern kingdom of Judah survived for a longer period, but it too faced growing pressure from powerful neighboring empires. Although Jerusalem remained standing and the descendants of Dawood continued ruling for generations, the warnings of the prophets became increasingly urgent. They reminded the people that military alliances and fortified cities could never replace sincere obedience to Allah. For believers reflecting upon this history, the contrast with the reign of Prophet Sulaiman AS is striking. During his lifetime, wisdom united the nation. Justice strengthened society. Gratitude attracted Allah's blessings. After his era, division weakened the people, and disobedience gradually eroded the moral foundation that had once made the kingdom great. The story now moves into the age of the later prophets, men such as Elias AS, Aliasa AS, Yunus AS, Zachariah AS, Yahya AS, and eventually Isa AS, each sent by Allah to guide humanity during different chapters of this unfolding history. Their missions would continue the same eternal message proclaimed by all the prophets before them: worship Allah alone, establish justice, show mercy, and prepare for the day when every king and every common person alike will stand before the Lord of all the worlds. As the centuries passed after the fall of the northern kingdom of Israel, the southern kingdom of Judah remained the last independent kingdom ruled by the descendants of Prophet Dawood AS. Jerusalem still stood as its capital, and the magnificent temple built during the era traditionally associated with Prophet Sulaiman AS continued to serve as the spiritual center of the nation. Yet the survival of Judah did not mean that its people had fully returned to the path of righteousness. Allah continued sending prophets to remind them of his guidance. These prophets warned against injustice, corruption, exploitation of the poor, dishonesty in business, and the gradual return of practices that contradicted pure monotheism. Some rulers listened to these warnings and attempted religious reforms, while others ignored them completely. The history preserved in both the Quran and earlier scriptures repeatedly demonstrates that a nation's greatest danger is not always an invading army but the corruption that begins within its own society. During this period, the balance of power in the ancient Near East shifted once again. The mighty Assyrian Empire, which had conquered the northern kingdom of Israel, eventually began to weaken. Rising in its place was a new superpower, the Babylonian Empire. Under the rule of King Nebuchadnezzar II, Babylon became one of the most powerful civilizations of the ancient world, extending its influence across Mesopotamia, the Levant, and beyond. The rulers of Judah found themselves caught between competing empires. Political alliances shifted constantly. Some leaders sought independence, while others accepted foreign domination to preserve peace. These decisions were often driven more by political calculation than by trust in Allah. The prophets repeatedly reminded the people that true security comes first from obedience to God, not merely from military strength or diplomatic agreements. Eventually, Babylon marched against Jerusalem. After a series of campaigns, the city fell. The temple that had stood since the era of Sulaiman was destroyed, and many of the leading citizens of Judah were taken into exile in Babylon. This event became one of the most traumatic moments in the history of the children of Israel. The city that had once welcomed Queen Bilqis during the glorious reign of Sulaiman now lay in ruins. From an Islamic perspective, these events illustrate one of the recurring principles mentioned throughout the Quran. Allah grants honor to those who uphold justice and faith, but persistent corruption eventually brings consequences. This principle is not limited to one nation or one period of history. It applies universally. Every civilization is tested by how it responds to Allah's guidance. Despite the destruction, Allah's mercy never ceased. The exile did not mark the end of his relationship with the children of Israel. Instead, it became another chapter in their long history of trials, repentance, and renewal. In later generations, many returned to Jerusalem, rebuilt their community, and continued awaiting the fulfillment of Allah's promises. Throughout these centuries, prophets continued appearing among them, calling people back to Tawhid and reminding them that worldly kingdoms are temporary, while the kingdom of Allah is everlasting. For Muslims, this entire historical journey highlights the continuity of divine guidance. From Adam A.S. to Noah A.S., from Ibrahim A.S. to Musa A.S., from Dawood A.S. to Sulaiman A.S., and through the later prophets who followed, the message remained unchanged: worship Allah alone, act with justice, show compassion, and prepare for the hereafter. The fall of Jerusalem did not erase the legacy of Prophet Sulaiman A.S. On the contrary, it made his example even more significant. Future generations looked back on his reign as a reminder of what a society can become when its leaders combine wisdom with humility, strength with mercy, and authority with complete submission to Allah. His kingdom had disappeared from the map, but its greatest treasure had never been its palaces or its wealth. Its greatest treasure was the example of a prophet king whose heart remained devoted to his Creator even while ruling one of the most extraordinary kingdoms in human history. With the Babylonian exile, the history of the children of Israel entered another major chapter, one that would eventually lead to Persian rule, the rebuilding of Jerusalem, the Hellenistic era after Alexander the Great, Roman domination, and finally the missions of Prophet Zechariah A.S., Prophet Yahya A.S., and Prophet Isa A.S., each sent by Allah to continue the same timeless call to faith, righteousness, and obedience to the Lord of all the worlds. After the Babylonian exile, the history of the children of Israel entered yet another dramatic phase. The Babylonian Empire, despite its immense military strength and magnificent capital, did not endure forever. Like every empire before it, it eventually declined. In 539 BCE, the armies of the Persian king Cyrus the Great conquered Babylon, bringing the Neo-Babylonian Empire to an end. This event marked the beginning of a new chapter not only for the Persian world but also for the Jewish exiles living in Babylon. According to historical records and the Hebrew Bible, Cyrus adopted a policy that differed significantly from many earlier conquerors. Instead of keeping conquered peoples permanently in exile, he permitted many displaced communities to return to their ancestral homelands. Among those who benefited from this policy were many descendants of the children of Israel, who were allowed to return to Jerusalem and begin rebuilding their lives. For the returning exiles, the sight of Jerusalem was heartbreaking. The city that had once been the glorious capital of Dawood A.S. and Sulaiman A.S. no longer resembled the magnificent center described by earlier generations. Defensive walls had been broken. Homes had been destroyed. Much of the city's former splendor had disappeared beneath the scars of war. The temple associated with the reign of Sulaiman had been reduced to ruins decades earlier. Yet hope remained alive. The returning community began rebuilding their city stone by stone. The reconstruction was slow and difficult. Resources were limited. Neighboring groups sometimes opposed the rebuilding efforts, and political uncertainty often threatened progress. Nevertheless, the people persevered. Eventually, a new temple known historically as the Second Temple was completed. Although it lacked much of the grandeur traditionally associated with the first temple of Sulayman's era, it once again became the religious center of the community. From an Islamic perspective, these events demonstrate another recurring lesson found throughout history. Allah may allow hardship to strike a people, but He also opens the door to repentance, renewal, and rebuilding. No worldly defeat is necessarily permanent if people sincerely return to righteousness. Throughout the Quran, Allah repeatedly combines warnings with hope, justice with mercy, and accountability with forgiveness. The Persian period brought relative stability compared with the turmoil of the previous century. Jerusalem slowly recovered, agriculture resumed, trade routes reopened, and religious life was reorganized. Yet the political independence once enjoyed during the reigns of Dawood AS and Sulaiman AS did not fully return. The region remained part of larger empires whose rulers governed vast territories stretching across continents. Nearly 2 centuries later, another extraordinary conqueror appeared on the stage of history. His name was Alexander of Macedon, remembered by history as Alexander the Great. Beginning in 334 BCE, his armies launched one of the most remarkable military campaigns the ancient world had ever witnessed. Within little more than a decade, Alexander defeated the Persian Empire, conquered Egypt, crossed Mesopotamia, advanced into Persia itself, and marched as far as the Indus Valley. The political map of the ancient Near East was transformed once again. Jerusalem and the surrounding lands came under Greek influence. After Alexander's death in 323 BCE, his empire fragmented among his generals, leading to centuries of conflict between rival Hellenistic kingdoms, particularly the Ptolemies of Egypt and the Seleucids of Syria. The children of Israel now lived within a world increasingly shaped by Greek language, philosophy, administration, and culture. This period introduced new challenges. Many people embraced aspects of Greek civilization, while others feared that foreign customs would weaken their religious identity. Tensions grew between those seeking cultural assimilation and those determined to preserve their ancestral faith and traditions. These struggles were not merely political, they touched questions of belief, identity, worship, and loyalty to Allah. Throughout these centuries, believers continued looking back to the age of Prophet Sulaiman, as a reminder of a time when leadership, worship, justice, and national unity had existed together. His reign became a symbol of what was possible when society was guided by revelation rather than divided by ambition. The historical road was now leading toward one of the most significant periods in sacred history. Roman power would eventually replace Greek rule. Under Roman authority, the world would witness the births of Prophet Zechariah AS, Prophet Yahya AS, and finally Prophet Isa AS, who would continue the same message preached by every prophet before them: worship Allah alone, uphold justice, reject corruption, and prepare for the day when all humanity will stand before its Creator. Thus, even centuries after the passing of Prophet Sulaiman AS, the influence of his life continued shaping the hopes, memories, and spiritual identity of the generations that followed, proving that the legacy of a righteous prophet can outlive the greatest empires the world has ever known. As the centuries passed under Greek rule, the political landscape of the Holy Land became increasingly unstable. After the death of Alexander the Great, his empire fractured into rival kingdoms. Jerusalem repeatedly changed hands between the Ptolemaic rulers of Egypt and the Seleucid rulers of Syria. Each change in power brought new taxes, new governors, and new political pressures. For ordinary people, daily life became uncertain as foreign empires competed for control over one of the most strategically important regions in the ancient world. The greatest crisis of this period came during the reign of the Seleucid king Antiochus IV Epiphanes in the 2nd century BCE. Historical sources describe how he attempted to impose Hellenistic religious practices upon the Jewish population. According to Jewish historical records, restrictions were placed on traditional forms of worship, and the temple in Jerusalem was desecrated. These actions deeply shocked the faithful and ignited a widespread revolt. This uprising became known as the Maccabean Revolt. Led by the priestly family of Mattathias and later by his son Judah Maccabee, the rebels fought against the Seleucid Empire despite being heavily outnumbered. Through determination and a series of military successes, they eventually regained control of Jerusalem. The temple was purified and rededicated, an event that remains significant in Jewish tradition and is commemorated through the festival of Hanukkah. From a historical perspective, this revolt demonstrated once again how strongly the people valued their religious identity. Although political independence had been lost many times since the reign of Prophet Sulaiman AS, the desire to preserve belief and worship remained deeply rooted within the community. In the years that followed, the Hasmonean dynasty emerged, governing an independent Jewish kingdom for roughly a century. For a brief period, the descendants of the children of Israel once again exercised political authority over Jerusalem. However, internal struggles soon appeared. Rival claimants fought over the throne, alliances shifted, and civil conflict weakened the kingdom from within. These internal divisions created an opportunity for another rising power. To the west, the Roman Republic had been expanding rapidly across the Mediterranean world. Roman generals had conquered vast territories in Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. In 63 BCE, the Roman commander Pompey entered Jerusalem, bringing the independent Hasmonean kingdom under Roman influence. Although local rulers continued governing in various capacities, ultimate authority now rested with Rome. This marked another turning point in history. The land that had once been ruled by prophets Dawood AS, and Sulaiman AS, later by Babylonian, Persian, Greek, and Hasmonean authorities, now became part of the growing Roman world. During the decades that followed, Rome appointed client kings to govern the region. Among the most famous was Herod the Great, remembered as an ambitious builder who undertook massive construction projects, including an extensive expansion of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. His architectural achievements transformed the city, but his reign was also marked by political intrigue, fear, and harsh measures designed to secure his position. While magnificent buildings rose once again in Jerusalem, the spiritual condition of society remained a concern. Different religious groups emerged, each interpreting the law and the traditions of the prophets in different ways. The Pharisees emphasized detailed observance of religious law. The Sadducees were associated largely with the priestly aristocracy and temple administration. The Essenes withdrew into separate communities seeking religious purity. Political movements such as the Zealots advocated resistance against Roman rule. Into this complex world, Allah prepared the stage for the appearance of new prophets. After centuries had passed since Prophet Sulaiman AS, Allah would send Prophet Zechariah AS, followed by his son Prophet Yahya AS, and later Prophet Isa AS. Their mission would not introduce a new God or a new message. Rather, they would renew the same eternal call proclaimed by every prophet before them from Adam AS, to Noah AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, and Sulaiman AS. Worship Allah alone, reject falsehood, establish justice, and prepare for the hereafter. Thus, the story that began with the glorious kingdom of Prophet Sulaiman AS, continued unfolding across the centuries. Kingdoms rose and fell. Empires conquered and disappeared. Rulers came and went. Yet the message of Allah remained unchanged, carried faithfully by his prophets from one generation to the next until the arrival of the final messenger, Prophet Muhammad, whose mission would complete the chain of prophethood and preserve the guidance of Allah for all of humanity until the end of time. By the 1st century BCE and the beginning of the 1st century CE, the Roman Empire had become the dominant power across much of the known world. Its roads connected distant provinces, its armies maintained imperial authority, and its governors administered territory stretching from Britain to the borders of Persia. Among those provinces was the land once ruled by Prophet Dawood AS, and Prophet Sulaiman AS, a region now known to the Romans as Judea. Although Rome controlled the land politically, the people continued longing for spiritual renewal. Many remembered the promises made through earlier prophets and hoped that Allah would once again send guidance to the children of Israel. Generations had passed since the days of the great prophet kings, but the message of Tawhid had never disappeared completely. Faithful believers continued worshipping Allah and awaiting His mercy. It was during this period that Allah chose one of His righteous servants, Prophet Zachariah, AS. The Quran describes Zachariah as a devoted prophet who spent his life calling people toward Allah and serving in the sacred sanctuary. He had reached old age, and his wife was also advanced in years. Humanly speaking, they had little hope of having children. Yet Zachariah never lost trust in his Lord. Standing in sincere prayer, he made one of the most beautiful supplications recorded in the Quran. He asked Allah not to leave him without an heir who would continue serving the cause of truth. His request was not motivated by worldly ambition or a desire for wealth. Rather, he hoped for a righteous child who would preserve faith among the children of Israel. Allah answered his prayer in a miraculous way. The angels gave him glad tidings of a son who would be named Yahya. The Quran states that no one had previously been given this name. Zachariah was astonished. He asked how such a blessing could come when both he and his wife had reached old age. Allah replied with words that echo throughout the Quran. It is easy for me. The Creator who fashioned humanity from nothing requires no difficulty to grant life where hope appears absent. The birth of Prophet Yahya, AS, became another sign of Allah's unlimited power. He grew into a man of remarkable purity, wisdom, and devotion. The Quran praises him as gentle, compassionate, chaste, and dutiful toward his parents. From an early age, Allah granted him wisdom and understanding. He became one of the last great prophets sent specifically to the children of Israel before the mission of Prophet Isa, AS. Yahya called his people back to sincere repentance. He urged them to purify their hearts. He reminded them that outward rituals mean little if the soul remains distant from Allah. His message continued the same call proclaimed centuries earlier by Dawood, AS, and Sulaiman, AS: worship Allah alone, establish justice, and live with righteousness. Historical sources outside the Quran identify Yahya with John the Baptist, a figure who preached near the Jordan River and called people to repentance. Both Islamic and Christian traditions recognize his extraordinary piety, although they differ regarding certain theological matters. In Islam, Yahya remains one of Allah's honored prophets, completely devoted to his service. The political situation during Yahya's lifetime remained tense. Roman authority dominated the region. Local rulers governed under Roman approval. Religious leaders often disagreed among themselves. Many ordinary people struggled under economic hardship and political uncertainty. It was into this complex world that Allah prepared to send one of His greatest messengers. The miraculous birth of Prophet Isa ibn Maryam, AS, was drawing near. Just as Allah had granted an elderly Zachariah a son against all human expectations, He would soon demonstrate an even greater miracle through Maryam, AS, a righteous woman chosen above the women of her time. Her story would astonish the world, becoming one of the greatest signs of Allah's creative power. With the birth of Isa, AS, the long history that stretched from Adam, AS, through Nuh, AS, Ibrahim, AS, Musa, AS, Dawood, AS, and Sulaiman, AS, would enter one of its most extraordinary chapters, a chapter that would ultimately prepare humanity for the arrival of the final prophet, Muhammad, whose message would be preserved for all nations until the Day of Judgment. The story now reaches one of the most remarkable moments in sacred history. While Prophet Zachariah, AS, continued his mission and Prophet Yahya, AS, called people to repentance, there lived a young woman whose name would be remembered with honor until the end of time. Her name was Maryam, AS, known in English as Mary. The Quran mentions her more often than the New Testament does by name and dedicates an entire chapter Surah Maryam to the events surrounding her life. Among all women, she holds a unique and honored place in Islamic tradition. Maryam was born into a righteous family devoted to the worship of Allah. According to the Quran, before her birth, her mother made a sincere vow that if Allah blessed her with a child, that child would be dedicated to His service. When the baby was born, she named her Maryam and prayed that Allah would protect both her and her descendants from Satan. Allah accepted that prayer. Maryam grew up under the care of Prophet Zachariah, AS, who served as her guardian. The Quran describes a remarkable event that repeatedly amazed him. Whenever he entered the chamber where Maryam worshipped, he found provisions that no human being had brought. He asked her, "Maryam, where has this come from?" She replied, "It is from Allah. Indeed, Allah provides for whom He wills without measure." This scene deeply moved Zachariah. Witnessing Allah's miraculous provision strengthened his own hope, inspiring the prayer through which Allah later blessed him with Prophet Yahya, AS. As Maryam reached adulthood, she became known for her purity, modesty, and complete devotion to Allah. She withdrew from distractions, spending much of her time in worship and remembrance of her Lord. Her sincerity distinguished her among the people of her generation. Then came the day that would change history forever. While she was alone, the angel Gabriel, appeared before her in the form of a man. The sudden appearance frightened her. Immediately she sought refuge in Allah. "I seek refuge in the Most Merciful from you, if you fear Allah." Jibril reassured her that he had not come to harm her. He had come with a message from Allah. He announced that she would give birth to a pure son. Maryam was overwhelmed. She asked how such a thing could happen when no man had ever touched her and she had remained chaste. Jibril replied that this was the command of Allah. For Allah, creating a child without a father was no more difficult than creating Adam, AS, without either a father or a mother. When Allah decrees a matter, He simply says, "Be," and it is. The miracle occurred exactly as Allah had willed. Maryam conceived by the command of Allah alone. There was no human father. No violation of her purity. Only the direct creative power of the Lord of the worlds. The Quran presents this miracle as a sign of Allah's absolute authority over creation, not as evidence of divinity for Isa, Just as Allah created Adam without parents, He created Isa without a father. Both miracles point to the limitless power of the Creator. As her pregnancy became visible, Maryam withdrew from her people and traveled to a secluded place. She carried a burden unlike any woman before her. She knew that people would not understand. She feared the accusations that might come. Yet she trusted Allah completely. When the time of childbirth arrived, the pains became so intense that she rested beneath the trunk of a date palm. Overcome with sorrow, she wished that she had died before facing the misunderstanding she expected from society. At that moment, Allah comforted her. He caused a stream of water to flow nearby. He instructed her to shake the trunk of the date palm, whereupon fresh ripe dates fell for her nourishment. Allah reminded her not to despair, for He Himself would defend her honor. Soon, Maryam would return to her people carrying the newborn child in her arms. The questions, the accusations, and one of the greatest miracles ever witnessed by the children of Israel were about to unfold. The infant Isa, by Allah's permission, would speak from the cradle declaring himself not as God or the Son of God, but as a servant of Allah and one of His prophets. With that miracle, a new chapter in the history of divine revelation would begin, continuing the same eternal message proclaimed by Adam, Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Dawood, Sulaiman, Zachariah, and Yahya, that there is no deity worthy of worship except Allah alone, the Lord of all the worlds. Maryam, gathered her strength and, carrying the newborn child in her arms, began the difficult journey back to her people. Every step must have weighed heavily upon her heart. She knew what awaited her. The society in which she lived valued family honor deeply, and a woman returning with a child while unmarried would immediately become the subject of suspicion and accusation. When the people saw her approaching with an infant in her arms, they were shocked. Voices of disbelief spread through the crowd. Some recognized her immediately as the young woman known for her devotion and purity. Others could hardly believe what they were seeing. According to the Quran, they cried out, "O Maryam! You have certainly done an astonishing thing. O sister of Harun, your father was not an evil man, nor was your mother unchaste." The expression, sister of Harun, reflected her noble lineage and piety, linking her to a respected family tradition rather than identifying her as the literal sister of Prophet Harun AS, who had lived many centuries earlier. Maryam did not argue. She did not attempt to defend herself through long speeches. Allah had already instructed her to remain silent. Instead, she simply pointed toward the infant resting peacefully in her arms. The people were confused. How can we speak to a child who is still in the cradle? Then, by the permission of Allah, one of the greatest miracles in history took place. The newborn baby spoke. The Quran preserves his very first recorded words. "Indeed, I am the servant of Allah. He has given me the scripture and made me a prophet." With these words, the infant Isa immediately established the foundation of his mission. He did not claim to be God. He did not call himself the Son of God. He declared himself to be a servant of Allah. Every prophet before him had taught the same truth, and Isa confirmed it from the very beginning of his miraculous life. The infant continued speaking. He declared that Allah had made him blessed wherever he might be, commanded him to establish prayer and give charity as long as he lived, and ordered him to honor his mother. He also proclaimed that Allah had not made him arrogant or rebellious. Finally, he concluded with words that summarized the miracle of his earthly existence. "Peace is upon me the day I was born, the day I die, and the day I am raised alive." The crowd stood astonished. No ordinary child could speak with such wisdom. No human infant could declare prophethood from the cradle. Allah himself had defended the honor of Maryam. The accusations disappeared before undeniable evidence. The miracle established both Mary's innocence and the prophetic mission of Isa AS. As Isa AS grew older, Allah blessed him with extraordinary wisdom, purity, and knowledge. Like every prophet before him, he dedicated his life to calling people back to the worship of Allah alone. His message did not replace the teachings of Musa AS, rather, it confirmed the original revelation and corrected the distortions that had entered religious practice over the centuries. The Quran explains that Allah gave Isa the Injil, or Gospel, as guidance and light for the children of Israel. Through this revelation, he called people to sincerity, mercy, humility, and obedience to Allah. Allah also granted Isa miracles unlike those given to previous prophets. By Allah's permission, he healed those born blind. By Allah's permission, he cured people suffering from severe diseases. By Allah's permission, he brought the dead back to life. By Allah's permission, he informed people about certain matters hidden from ordinary knowledge. Each miracle carried the same purpose as the miracles granted to Musa AS, Dawood AS, and Sulaiman AS to prove that the messenger had truly been sent by Allah. The Quran repeatedly emphasizes an essential phrase. By Allah's permission. Isa AS possessed no independent divine power. Every miracle occurred only because Allah allowed it. Just as the wind obeyed Sulaiman, through Allah's command, and the sea parted for Musa AS, by Allah's command, the miracles of Isa AS were signs pointing toward the greatness of Allah rather than toward the divinity of the Prophet himself. His mission soon attracted sincere followers who believed in him and supported his call. These faithful disciples became known as the Hawarian, or the disciples of Isa. They pledged their loyalty to Allah and promised to stand beside His Prophet despite the growing opposition around them. Yet not everyone welcomed his message. Some religious leaders feared losing their influence. Others rejected his teachings despite witnessing extraordinary signs. The same pattern that had confronted Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, Sulaiman AS, and every prophet before him now confronted Isa AS. Truth inspired sincere hearts. But pride hardened others. The conflict between divine guidance and human arrogance was approaching its decisive moment, one that would forever shape the course of religious history and prepare the world for the final messenger who would come centuries later, Prophet Muhammad. As the years of Prophet Isa's mission continued, his message spread throughout the towns and villages of Judea and Galilee. He traveled among ordinary people rather than surrounding himself with wealth or political power. He spoke to fishermen, farmers, shepherds, widows, laborers, and the poor. He reminded them that Allah looks not at a person's wealth or social status, but at the sincerity of the heart and the righteousness of one's deeds. Everywhere he went, people witnessed extraordinary signs. The blind regained their sight by Allah's permission. Those suffering from severe illnesses found healing by Allah's permission. The hopeless found hope. The weak found strength. The despairing remembered Allah once again. His miracles amazed the crowds, but Isaiah repeatedly directed their attention away from himself and toward the one who had sent him. His message was simple and consistent. Worship Allah alone. Repent sincerely. Show mercy. Help the poor. Honor your parents. Avoid hypocrisy. Prepare for the day of judgment. These teachings echoed the same message preached centuries earlier by Adam AS, Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, and Sulaiman AS. The prophets differed in certain laws given to their communities, but their fundamental call to Tawhid never changed. Despite the clarity of his message, opposition continued to grow. Some religious leaders feared that Isa's influence among the people threatened their authority. Others refused to accept a prophet whose teachings challenged their pride and exposed corruption. Instead of reflecting upon the miracles before their eyes, they searched for reasons to reject him. History has often repeated this pattern. Truth alone is not always enough to convince hearts hardened by arrogance. Miracles benefit those sincerely seeking guidance. Those determined to reject the truth often invent excuses regardless of the evidence placed before them. As tensions increased, those opposing Isaiah began plotting against him. The Quran summarizes this moment with remarkable precision. They planned, and Allah planned. And Allah is the best of planners. According to Islamic belief, the enemies of Isa intended to arrest and kill him. But Allah had already decreed otherwise. The Quran states clearly that they neither killed him nor crucified him. Instead, it was made to appear so to them, while Allah raised Isa to himself. The exact details of how this occurred are not fully explained in the Quran, and Muslim scholars have differed on certain aspects, but they agree on the central truth: Isa was not killed by his enemies. This belief represents one of the major differences between Islamic and mainstream Christian theology. For Muslims, Allah protected his prophet from the plot against him. Isa remains alive by Allah's will and will return before the day of judgment as one of the major signs of the last hour. His earthly mission ended temporarily, but it was not his final appearance among humanity. After Isa was raised, his followers faced enormous challenges. Over the following decades, different groups interpreted his teachings in different ways. As Christianity gradually spread beyond the children of Israel into the wider Roman world, theological disagreements emerged concerning the nature of Isa himself. Some continued emphasizing his role as a prophet and messenger of Allah. Others gradually developed beliefs that elevated him beyond prophethood. Over several centuries, these debates led to major doctrinal developments within Christianity. From the Islamic perspective, however, the Quran restores the original position of Isa, AS. He was among the greatest prophets. He was born miraculously without a father. He performed miracles by Allah's permission. He received revelation. He called humanity to worship Allah alone. He was neither God nor the Son of God. He was one of Allah's honored servants. Centuries after Isa, AS, was raised, the Roman Empire itself would undergo dramatic transformation. The empire that had once opposed the followers of Isa eventually adopted Christianity as its official religion. Churches spread across Europe, North Africa, and parts of Asia. Meanwhile, the descendants of the children of Israel continued living under changing political powers. Yet the chain of prophethood had not quite reached its conclusion. Nearly 600 years after Isa, AS, in the deserts of Arabia, Allah would send the final messenger. Unlike previous prophets who were sent primarily to specific nations, this prophet would be sent to all of humanity. His revelation would be preserved without alteration. His message would complete the long chain of divine guidance that had begun with Adam, AS. His name was Muhammad. With his arrival, the stories of Adam, Nuh, Ibrahim, Musa, Dawood, Sulaiman, Zachariah, Yahya, and Isa, peace be upon them all, would be gathered into one final revelation the Holy Quran preserved as guidance for every nation, every language, and every generation until the end of time. Nearly 6 centuries passed between the raising of Prophet Isa, AS, and the birth of Prophet Muhammad. Historians often refer to this period as late antiquity, a time of enormous political, religious, and cultural change. Great empires dominated the known world, trade routes connected distant civilizations, and ideas traveled farther than ever before. Yet beneath this outward progress, humanity was drifting away from the pure message that had been carried by the prophets. The mighty Roman Empire eventually split into eastern and western halves. In the west, political instability and repeated invasions led to the collapse of imperial authority during the 5th century CE. In the east, the Byzantine Empire continued ruling from Constantinople, preserving Roman traditions while embracing Christianity as the state religion. Farther east, the powerful Sasanian Persian Empire controlled vast territories stretching from Mesopotamia to Central Asia. The Byzantines and the Persians became bitter rivals, fighting devastating wars that lasted for generations. Entire cities were destroyed, trade routes were disrupted, and ordinary people suffered under heavy taxation and constant conflict. Between these two superpowers lay the Arabian Peninsula. Unlike the great empires surrounding it, Arabia was not united under a single government. Instead, it consisted of numerous tribes, each fiercely loyal to its own clan. Tribal alliances shifted constantly. Feuds could continue for decades, sometimes over incidents that seemed insignificant to outsiders. Honor, courage, and loyalty were highly valued, but endless cycles of revenge often consumed entire generations. Religiously, Arabia had become a land of great diversity. Some communities followed Judaism. Others practiced different forms of Christianity. There were also individuals known as the Hanifs who rejected idol worship and sought to follow the pure monotheistic faith of Prophet Ibrahim, AS. Yet the majority of the population had fallen into idolatry. The Kaaba in Mecca, originally built by Prophet Ibrahim, AS, and his son Prophet Ismail, as a house dedicated solely to Allah, had become surrounded by hundreds of idols. Pilgrims visited from across Arabia, offering sacrifices to false gods made of stone and wood. Superstitions spread widely. Fortune-tellers, soothsayers, and tribal priests held influence over many communities. Social conditions also reflected deep moral decline. Powerful tribes often oppressed weaker ones. Women frequently possessed few legal rights. Orphans were neglected. Interest-based exploitation burdened the poor. Slavery existed throughout the region. Justice often depended upon tribal connections rather than fairness. Yet even during these difficult times, Allah never abandoned humanity. Throughout history, whenever darkness seemed overwhelming, Allah sent guidance. When people forgot the message of Adam, AS, He sent Nuh, AS. When nations turned toward idolatry, He raised Ibrahim, AS. When Pharaoh oppressed the children of Israel, Allah sent Musa, AS. When the kingdom required righteous leadership, He blessed humanity with Dawood, AS, and Sulaiman, AS. When the children of Israel drifted from revelation, He sent Zachariah, AS, Yahya, AS, and Isa, AS. Now, the world stood on the threshold of its final chapter of prophethood. The descendants of Ismail, AS, who had lived around the sacred sanctuary in Mecca for centuries, were about to witness the fulfillment of a prayer made thousands of years earlier. When Prophet Ibrahim, AS, and Prophet Ismail, AS, completed the construction of the Kaaba, they prayed to Allah to send among their descendants a messenger who would recite His revelations, teach His book, impart wisdom, and purify the people. That prayer had waited across countless generations. Empires had risen and fallen. Languages had changed. Civilizations had appeared and disappeared. Yet Allah's promise never failed. In the year of the elephant, around 570 CE, in the city of Mecca, a child was born into the tribe of Quraysh. He belonged to the noble lineage of Prophet Ibrahim, as, through Prophet Ismail, AS. Orphaned before he could know his father, and later losing his mother during childhood, he would grow up under Allah's special protection. The world did not yet realize that this child would become the seal of the prophets. He would unite the teachings of every prophet who came before him. He would restore the pure worship of Allah. He would cleanse the Kaaba of idols. He would confirm the truth brought by Adam, AS, Nuh, AS, Ibrahim, AS, Musa, AS, Dawood, AS, Sulaiman, AS, Zachariah, AS, Yahya, AS, and Isa, AS. His name was Muhammad ibn Abdullah. With his birth, history entered its final era of divine revelation, and the story that had begun with the creation of Adam, AS, was approaching its ultimate completion through the last messenger sent as a mercy to all the worlds. The birth of Prophet Muhammad was not merely the arrival of another child into the world. From the Islamic perspective, it marked the beginning of the final chapter in the history of prophethood, a chapter that would preserve Allah's guidance until the Day of Judgment. Muhammad was born in the city of Mecca into the respected clan of Banu Hashim, a branch of the Quraysh tribe. His father, Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib, passed away before his son was born. As a result, Muhammad entered the world as an orphan. His mother, Amina bint Wahb, cared for him during his early childhood with great love, but her life was also destined to be short. When Muhammad was only 6 years old, she passed away during the return journey from Yathrib, the city that would later become known as Medina. In only a few years, the young boy experienced the loss of both parents. Yet Allah was preparing His final messenger through every stage of his life. After the death of his mother, his grandfather Abdul Muttalib became his guardian. The elderly leader of Quraysh loved his grandson deeply, often keeping him close during tribal gatherings. But only 2 years later, Abdul Muttalib also passed away. Once again, Muhammad experienced profound loss. His uncle Abu Talib then accepted responsibility for raising him. Although Abu Talib never became a Muslim, he protected his nephew faithfully throughout his life. Under his care, Muhammad learned the values of honesty, patience, generosity, and hard work. As a young man, he traveled with trading caravans across Arabia and into neighboring regions, gaining experience that would later help him understand different peoples and cultures. Even before receiving revelation, the people of Mecca recognized his exceptional character. They called him Al-Amin, the trustworthy. They called him As-Siddiq, the truthful. When disputes arose, people trusted his judgment. When valuable possessions needed safeguarding, they entrusted them to him. His reputation for honesty became so well established that even those who would later oppose his message continued trusting him with their property. This extraordinary moral character was no accident. Allah had chosen his final prophet long before revelation descended. Every experience in his early life strengthened qualities that would later become essential to his mission. Orphanhood taught him compassion for the vulnerable. Poverty taught him humility. Trade taught him fairness. Travel broadened his understanding of humanity. Loss taught him patience. Responsibility taught him leadership. At the age of 25, Muhammad married Khadija bint Khuwaylid, a respected and successful merchant who recognized his honesty and integrity. Their marriage became one of history's greatest examples of mutual love, loyalty, and support. Khadija remained his closest companion throughout the earliest years of prophethood and became the first person to believe in his message. Meanwhile, the society around them continued sinking deeper into moral and spiritual darkness. Idols surrounded the Kaaba. Tribal warfare persisted. The weak were oppressed. Orphans were neglected. Interest-based exploitation burdened the poor. Female infants were sometimes buried alive out of shame. Although many noble qualities still existed among the Arabs, they desperately needed divine guidance. Muhammad increasingly withdrew from the distractions of society. He sought solitude in the cave of Hira, located on Jabal al-Nur outside Mecca. There he spent long periods reflecting upon creation, praying to Allah according to the pure tradition inherited from Prophet Ibrahim AS, and searching for truth. He did not know that history was about to change forever. One night, during the month of Ramadan, while he was approximately 40 years old, the angel Jibril descended with Allah's first revelation. The command was simple. Read. Muhammad replied that he could not read. Again the angel embraced him and repeated the command. For the third time, Jibril proclaimed the opening verses that would become the beginning of the Holy Quran. Read in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man that which he knew not. With those words, the long chain of revelation that had begun with Adam AS, reached its final messenger. The same Allah who had spoken to Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, Sulaiman AS, Zachariah AS, Yahya AS, and Isa AS, now addressed Muhammad. The same angel Jibril who had brought revelation to earlier prophets now delivered the Quran. The same eternal message of Tawhid was proclaimed once more. But this time, it would be preserved forever. The final revelation had begun. The mission of the seal of the prophets was about to transform Arabia, reshape world history, and carry the message of Allah beyond every border, language, and nation until the end of time. The first revelation in the cave of Hira marked the beginning of a mission that would forever change the course of human history. Over the next 23 years, the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad piece by piece, guiding individuals, families, communities, and entire nations. What began with a single command read grew into the final and complete revelation from Allah, confirming the truth that every prophet before him had proclaimed. At first, the prophet shared the message quietly with those closest to him. His beloved wife Khadija, believed in him without hesitation. His young cousin Ali ibn Abi Talib, his close friend Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and his freed servant Zayd ibn Haritha, soon accepted Islam as well. These first believers formed the foundation of a community that would eventually spread across every continent on earth. As the Prophet publicly called the people of Mecca to worship Allah alone, opposition grew fierce. The leaders of Quraysh feared losing their wealth, influence, and control over the pilgrimage centered around the idols in the Kaaba. They mocked him, insulted him, boycotted his followers, tortured the weak among the Muslims, and plotted repeatedly to silence the message. Yet the Prophet remained patient, just as Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, Sulaiman AS, Isa AS, and every prophet before him had remained patient in the face of rejection. Eventually, Allah commanded the Muslims to migrate to Yathrib, later known as Al-Madinah al-Munawwara. This migration, the Hijra, became one of the greatest turning points in Islamic history and later marked the beginning of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, the Prophet established a community founded upon faith, justice, mercy, and mutual responsibility. Former enemies became brothers. Tribes that had fought for generations learned to live together under the guidance of the Quran. Over the following years, Islam spread throughout the Arabian Peninsula. Battles were fought when necessary for defense, treaties were signed when peace was possible, and the message of the Quran reached tribes that had never before heard the call to Tawhid. In the 8th year after the Hijra, the Prophet returned peacefully to Mecca at the head of a large Muslim community. The city that had once driven him into exile now opened its gates. Standing before the Kaaba, the very sanctuary built by Prophet Ibrahim AS, and Prophet Ismail AS, the Prophet ordered the idols surrounding it to be removed. As each idol fell, he recited the words of the Quran. Truth has come, and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. With that moment, the Kaaba was restored to its original purpose as the house dedicated to the worship of Allah alone. The prayer made by Ibrahim AS, thousands of years earlier had reached its fulfillment. Not long afterward, during his farewell pilgrimage, Prophet Muhammad delivered one of the most influential speeches in history. He reminded humanity that all people descend from Adam AS, that no race is superior to another except through righteousness, that the rights of women must be honored, that life and property are sacred, and that Muslims must hold firmly to the Quran and his authentic Sunnah. Shortly afterward, Allah revealed the verse. Today I have perfected for you your religion, completed my favor upon you, and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. With that revelation, the chain of prophethood reached its completion. From Adam AS, the first human and prophet, to Nuh AS, who preached through the great flood, to Ibrahim AS, the friend of Allah, to Musa AS, who confronted Pharaoh, to Dawood AS, the prophet king, to Sulaiman AS, whose wisdom and kingdom became legendary, to Zechariah AS, Yahya AS, and Isa AS, who called the children of Israel back to Allah. And finally to Muhammad, the seal of the prophets. Their message was always one. There is only one God worthy of worship, Allah. Serve him alone. Live with justice. Speak the truth. Show mercy. Care for the weak. Honor your parents. Help the poor. Seek forgiveness. Prepare for the hereafter. Kingdoms have risen and fallen. Empires have conquered and disappeared. Palaces have crumbled into dust. The rulers of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and countless other civilizations now live only in the pages of history. But the words revealed by Allah remain unchanged. The Quran continues to be recited by millions every day in its original language, preserved exactly as it was revealed more than 14 centuries ago. The stories of the prophets continue inspiring hearts across every nation, reminding humanity that true success is not measured by wealth, power, or fame, but by faith, righteousness, and obedience to the Creator. The story of Prophet Sulaiman AS is therefore not merely the story of an extraordinary king. It is the story of gratitude in the midst of greatness. It is the story of justice stronger than power. It is the story of wisdom guided by revelation. It is the story of humility despite unimaginable blessings. And ultimately, It is one chapter in the magnificent story of Allah's guidance to humanity. A story that began with Adam AS, reached its perfection through Muhammad, and continues to guide every sincere seeker of truth until the Day of Judgment. Thank you for joining this journey through the life and legacy of Prophet Sulaiman AS, and the history that followed. If this documentary deepened your understanding of the prophets, strengthened your appreciation for history, and brought you closer to the timeless message of the Quran, then you have become part of preserving these stories for future generations. This is Sleepless Historian Salavora, where history never sleeps, forgotten civilizations speak again, and the greatest stories ever lived continue to inspire the world. Until our next journey through the pages of history, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you all. The first revelation in the cave of Hira marked the beginning of a mission that would forever change the course of human history. Over the next 23 years, the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad piece by piece, guiding individuals, families, communities, and entire nations. What began with a single command "read" grew into the final and complete revelation from Allah, confirming the truth that every prophet before him had proclaimed. At first, the prophet shared the message quietly with those closest to him. His beloved wife Khadija, believed in him without hesitation. His young cousin Ali ibn Abi Talib, his close friend Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and his freed servant Zayd ibn Haritha, soon accepted Islam as well. These first believers formed the foundation of a community that would eventually spread across every continent on earth. As the Prophet publicly called the people of Mecca to worship Allah alone, opposition grew fierce. The leaders of Quraysh feared losing their wealth, influence, and control over the pilgrimage centered around the idols in the Kaaba. They mocked him, insulted him, boycotted his followers, tortured the weak among the Muslims, and plotted repeatedly to silence the message. Yet the Prophet remained patient, just as Nuh AS, Ibrahim AS, Musa AS, Dawood AS, Sulaiman AS, Isa AS, and every prophet before him had remained patient in the face of rejection. Eventually, Allah commanded the Muslims to migrate to Yathrib, later known as Al-Madinah al-Munawwara. This migration, the Hijra, became one of the greatest turning points in Islamic history and later marked the beginning of the Islamic calendar. In Medina, the Prophet established a community founded upon faith, justice, mercy, and mutual responsibility. Former enemies became brothers. Tribes that had fought for generations learned to live together under the guidance of the Quran. Over the following years, Islam spread throughout the Arabian Peninsula. Battles were fought when necessary for defense, treaties were signed when peace was possible, and the message of the Quran reached tribes that had never before heard the call to Tawhid. In the 8th year after the Hijra, the Prophet returned peacefully to Mecca at the head of a large Muslim community. The city that had once driven him into exile now opened its gates. Standing before the Kaaba, the very sanctuary built by Prophet Ibrahim AS, and Prophet Ismail, as, the Prophet ordered the idols surrounding it to be removed. As each idol fell, he recited the words of the Quran. Truth has come, and falsehood has vanished. Indeed, falsehood is bound to vanish. With that moment, the Kaaba was restored to its original purpose as the house dedicated to the worship of Allah alone. The prayer made by Ibrahim AS, thousands of years earlier had reached its fulfillment. Not long afterward, during his farewell pilgrimage, Prophet Muhammad delivered one of the most influential speeches in history. He reminded humanity that all people descend from Adam AS, that no race is superior to another except through righteousness, that the rights of women must be honored, that life and property are sacred, and that Muslims must hold firmly to the Quran and his authentic Sunnah. Shortly afterward, Allah revealed the verse. Today I have perfected for you your religion, completed my favor upon you, and have chosen for you Islam as your religion. With that revelation, the chain of prophethood reached its completion. From Adam AS, the first human and prophet, to Nuh AS, who preached through the great flood, To Ibrahim AS, the friend of Allah. To Musa AS, who confronted Pharaoh. To Dawood AS, the prophet king. To Sulaiman AS, whose wisdom and kingdom became legendary. To Zachariah AS, Yahya AS, and Isa AS, who called the children of Israel back to Allah. And finally to Muhammad, the seal of the prophets. Their message was always one. There is only one God worthy of worship, Allah. Serve Him alone. Live with justice. Speak the truth. Show mercy. Care for the weak. Honor your parents. Help the poor. Seek forgiveness. Prepare for the hereafter. Kingdoms have risen and fallen. Empires have conquered and disappeared. Palaces have crumbled into dust. The rulers of ancient Egypt, Babylon, Persia, Greece, Rome, and countless other civilizations now live only in the pages of history. But the words revealed by Allah remain unchanged. The Quran continues to be recited by millions every day in its original language, preserved exactly as it was revealed more than 14 centuries ago. The stories of the prophets continue inspiring hearts across every nation, reminding humanity that true success is not measured by wealth, power, or fame, but by faith, righteousness, and obedience to the Creator. The story of Prophet Sulaiman AS is therefore not merely the story of an extraordinary king. It is the story of gratitude in the midst of greatness. It is the story of justice stronger than power. It is the story of wisdom guided by revelation. It is the story of humility despite unimaginable blessings. And ultimately, it is one chapter in the magnificent story of Allah's guidance to humanity. A story that began with Adam AS, reached its perfection through Muhammad, and continues to guide every sincere seeker of truth until the Day of Judgment. Thank you for joining this journey through the life and legacy of Prophet Sulaiman AS, and the history that followed. If this documentary deepened your understanding of the prophets, strengthened your appreciation for history, and brought you closer to the timeless message of the Quran, then you have become part of preserving these stories for future generations. This is Sleepless Historian Salavora, where history never sleeps, forgotten civilizations speak again, and the greatest stories ever lived continue to inspire the world. Until our next journey through the pages of history, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you all.